every piece knows its place. Every move has already begun. Beneath me, the cold night breathes. Ghosts of old battles whisper through the trees. They rush the center, blind to what I see. Following shadows that were placed there deliberately. Pawns march forward through the gathering haze, thinking they're changing the course of the maze. But every step they take was counted before. Every lock they defend already opens a door. Ride darkness through the edge of sight, crossing unseen through the folds of the night. Bishops drift silent on diagonal roads, carrying secrets where no trumpet blows. 30 moves ahead, I hear the future calling. 30 moves ahead, I watch the kingdoms falling. The board grows still, the silence speaks instead. 30 moves ahead, 30 moves ahead. While the board rearranges, mistaking confusion for meaningful changes. Every loud challenge fades into the rain, while deeper currents reshape the game. Rooks stand patient at the edge of the storm, guarding the pathways where destinies form. The queen moves freely beneath silver skies, commanding the field with unspoken replies. Across the horizon, the old towers bend as beginning and ending become the same end. The clock keeps ticking, but I do not race, for time itself has already shown me its face. 30 moves ahead, I hear the future calling. 30 moves ahead, I watch the kingdom stalling. The bond grows still, the silence speaks instead. 30 moves ahead, 30 moves ahead. What flesh forgets, night remembers what pride neglects. The game was won before it was played. The path was drawn before the pieces swayed. The board lies quiet beneath moonlit flame. No tears remain, no voices, no blame. Only the echo of lessons revealed and hidden intentions no longer concealed. The fallen remain where the story was told. Their certainty traded for silence and cold. Yet victory comes not to fury or might, but through understanding the shape of the night. The queen stands radiant beyond the divide. The bishops and rooks at their stations abide. The knights have returned from the darkness they crossed, and every sacrifice recovers its cost. Now the stars bear witness where destinies led to a mind that kept walking. 30 moves ahead, 30 moves ahead. The ending was written. 30 moves ahead. The pathway was given. The moon bears witness to every move I made. 30 moves ahead. The game was won before it was played. Not every victory is shouted. Not every king wears steel. Not every king wears steel. Some simply see what others never will. 30 moves ahead. 30 moves ahead. Still king of the hill.
Shalom. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you guys. Welcome back, everyone. We already have a comment section. from the peanut gallery. I don't have to imagine. I am. See, I don't play games. Like I don't imagine Fantasyland. I am. I do it. You got a problem with it? You got a problem with it? You hate it? You hate it? I guess you're in famine. You have famine. You don't get to eat. You don't have no money for food. Here, come. I'll give you some food. Peace be with you, Joseph. Welcome. Oh, Joseph. I didn't get to watch that movie last night because when I clicked on it on YouTube, it says that it's age restricted, and then I figured, okay, I could prove my age by just writing my birthday or something like that. No, they want facial recognition. They want identification, all sorts of kinds of stuff. And now he says he wasn't talking to me when I was the one eating cottage cheese on my live stream. What do you mean? It's kind of weird because there's nobody else here but me and you. There was nobody else here but me and you. Now Joseph's joined. But I thought that was weird, Joseph. Now, like, yeah, they're wanting to collect data, like facial recognition, identification for that global identifier. Eventually when they have that global digital ID. I was like, man, I'm not going to sit there and take a photo of myself and send it to them or pull out my ID so they can scan it, any of that. I was like, oh, no. I guess I'll just have to find it some other way other than YouTube. Because like I say, I stay in the shadows of the static. I don't get into, the digital blueprint. I mean, I use the digital stuff, but when it's asking for voice recognition, facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, all that type of stuff, to me, if you're not part of a government in a manner like you're not the police, you're not the FBI, you're not the CIA, what the fuck do you people need with someone's face and fingerprints and all that stuff? Nah. I already got my fingerprints where it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? When I joined the Marine Corps, the FBI, I had to go to the FBI office and get all that done. I mean, you can play smart ass all day long, Carnegie. I mean, I don't know why you want to be a smart ass about things and try to play off like you weren't talking to me. I mean, that's just a shame. You can't even be honest. Tubi, I don't think ask you for any information. I actually have Tubi. Let me check in on it. So you're saying Tubi TV has it? Let me check in and see if I got Tubi. I got all that stuff. We can go to it. So right here, Tubi TV, this thing right here, Tubi. Let's see. Tubi TV. Yeah, here we go. So what do I gotta do, Joseph? Go over here and type in search for the movie. What was it called again? Illusionist, but there was words in front of it. I don't think you're smart. I'm actually thinking you're kind of crazy because you came to my podcast because I went to someone else's podcast and proved that they weren't smart. And now you're upset about it. So now you want to be a troll and you actually are harassing me. You don't even realize it. And you're on screen harassing me. Everybody knows it because only very few people know who I am. Very, very few people. And you came here because you want to harass people, bully people on the internet, which is actually a federal crime, by the way. You know, Melania Trump passed the law. You're not allowed to go around bullying people. But if you got something to prove, if you want to prove me wrong about something I've taught, you can go right ahead and do that. Bring your evidence. That's what I do when I go to other people's channels. I bring my evidence. That's why I critique people's channels. I expose people who make claims that they're scholars or make claims that they have degrees or make claims for this. And in reality, they're actually ignorant and they're fucking with the minds of children, leading people astray, point blank. And I don't like that. And no parent should allow people to do that stuff. Joseph, forget about him. What is the name of it so I can type it in and see if it's in? Something illusionist. What is it? I know you're on the delay, I think. But don't worry about him. I address these people. Or I won't even address them at all. I'll just eventually block them completely out from writing anything, or they'll have to subscribe to my channel. You know what I'm saying? I'll get them to do something that they hate, they don't want to do. It's just a bunch of keyboard gangsters. You know, the people they follow, I told you earlier, people they follow are very horrible. There it is, Lord. Okay, Lord. People they follow are very horrible people. So how much more the people that follow them? So don't give yourself a bad name or a bad rep. You know, getting involved with people like that. Because we really aren't about that at this channel. Okay, so we got Lord of Illusions here, but yeah, that's Scott. That's Scott. Scott, whatever, Bakay Connie or whatever. Yeah, so we got it. Okay, so I can't play it here. Okay, there we go. So anybody else who was at YouTube the other day, like Simon, if you didn't want to get into YouTube for facial recognition and all that stuff, then we can watch it. We can watch that movie here on Tubi TV for free, without having to do all that. And here's the proof of it. It's got an ad. So, and I like that Scott guy. He used to play in Quantum Leap. Remember when he used to jump in different bodies and stuff back in the early 90s? He's a pretty good actor. Yeah, I'll get to watch that then tonight. Clive Barker. Carnegie smiles about things and thinks it's all funny, but he doesn't realize that, you know, I map these things out. I'm mapping these people out and they have no idea. Because they don't realize, you know, hidden things within YouTube. I think they just, I'm not even gonna say no more. Anyway, my discussion today was about the abyss, you know, where it says that the angel comes down and opens up the bottomless pit, has the key. So there's a messenger. So when you get the understanding of the true interpretation of what this says, there's going to be a human being that's going to come and he's going to open up. He has a key, and he's going to open up the bottomless pit. And from the bottomless pit comes all sorts of kinds of things. Now, what does that mean? I wrote a thesis on this using the word linguistics and the time of that at that place, you know, of the culture of the people, of what it was that they would view. And so imagine any and all things that are human being in the essence of thought, imagination, work, deeds, ideas, inventions, everything. That's the abyss. That's the abyss. The abyss is full of things that are right and full of things that are wrong. So in human consciousness, we have many rights and wrongs, and you have to have discernment in it. But that's the great abyss. And the guy that opens the abyss, in other words, they have a key that opens it. A key in this sense is the form of algorithm. That's the key. So the messenger comes, a man comes who invents, creates a method that can gather up all knowledge. So Google did this already. Google already did this. So that's why in the understanding, Google already has, look, I've got to do this to this guy. Oh, Deconstruction Zone, DZ, you want to join my channel? I'll put my link down if you want to join my channel. If you actually want to debate, I'll show you actually how to treat people where I don't mute you, I don't throw you out, I don't treat you like garbage like you do other people on your channel. So you want me to put my link in and you actually want to have a debate about God, I'm more than happy to do that. More than happy. To actually show you what scholars really are about, what actual academia is really about, without having an ego and being you know, think that you're wiser than someone else, refusing to listen to anybody, you know, not letting other people talk, give their ideology, because you're set in your way, and that's the bad thing. That's why you'll never learn. I mean, you think you're the first person, DZ, do you think you were the first person that ever was raised in a religious ideology and then you saw things that were wrong that you didn't like or you didn't understand, so you left it and then you became an atheist? Do you really think that you're the only one who's ever done that? Because you're not. A lot of people do that. And then a lot of people come back as well because they discover that what they thought that was, you know, their perception of, oh, that's not logical, that's not reasonable, something in the Bible. And then that's only because your perception was off. And then when you look at it in another way of truth, then you realize, oh, that is right. And you come back. I mean, there's still time for you. I mean, I'm not someone that hates. I'm not. I'm actually someone that guides you back. And I use critical thinking. I use reason. I use logic for you. But you don't give nobody a chance. That's what's sad about your channel and the things that you do. It's really bad. There's no education there. I hope you realize that. So you can say all the things you want, but you can't debate me. You know, what would be funny is a dumb hillbilly who can't read or write and who's illiterate can actually show you that God is real. An ignorant, dumb hillbilly, smarter than you. This is what I find funny about people who think I went to college and I got a piece of paper. It tells you that I'm wise. And then you fool people with that piece of paper. You do know that. That's just a foolish thing. You could say, just join my channel. You want here? I'm going to go put my link in. We'll see if he has the intelligence to do it. I'll be right back, everyone. I'm going to put it in the link. Let's see if he can do it. There you go, brother. It's right there. There's my link. Don't just play like a keyboard gangster, man. That's sad if that's all you're going to do is be a keyboard gangster. That's not intelligent at all. See, this is what I get about these guys. They come here to my channel, right? They think they're very, very intelligent or whatever. And you see what they're doing. They're playing keyboard gangster. I've invited him here, and still he doesn't know. Doesn't know what to do. No, I'm not going back to your channel because you only want to use me to try to make money for yourself. I think that's wrong. You understand what I'm saying? I think that's wrong. If you're trying to teach the word of God, you see, you don't know me very well. You've never heard anything I teach. I don't believe anyone, whether you're a priest, a reverend, an imam, or whatever name you call yourself as a teacher in the word of God. I don't believe that anyone should try to profit off the word of God when Jesus, in fact, told them to carry their own purse. I wrote a thesis on that as well. You know how many theses I write? Lots of them. Lots of them. And they don't have the guts because they don't want to be shown that I actually am a very nice person. And by the way, when you bring up this thing about children, I never said other people in your comment section and whatever view in your mind you gather. I said, why are you fucking with kids? And that means the minds of kids. Why are you fucking with? Because, from what I've read in your comment section, it seems like these people are not grown. Just by the way they act, it seems like childish in your comment section. So it's like, why are you leading children astray in atheism when you don't even have knowledge? You're speaking words without knowledge. You understand, DZ? I find that sad. And then if other people are coming, when someone comes to your channel and you're posing as academic and you're leading people wrong, completely wrong, man, that's like, don't you remember what Jesus said about the woe unto you scribes and lawyers who hinder people from the truth? That's what you're doing right now. And you still don't believe in God? When things are predicted about your actual actions of what you're doing in today's society, 2,000 years later, you're actually performing what Yeshua stated? That's sad. You're the one that brought up that you're out eating with your son, not me. You're the one that brought up. Everybody can see the comments, man. He can say everything he wants. They're so mad about it. They must be guilty about something because I never even mentioned anything of what they're thinking about. And anybody can go to his channel and actually watch it. I never said that. I actually said, why are you fucking with kids? What's the meaning of that? You can take it many different ways. But whatever you took it in, you're the one taking it in that weird manner. So that's on you, not me, bro. So don't come to my channel and acting like a buffoon. I don't do that stuff to children. I teach children properly. I guide children in everything and in all ways, the best that someone can. Don't do drugs. Don't do any of that stuff. Don't act like DZ and them either. Don't not believe in God. Because they're on a path of destruction. They're without God. That's what the word atheos ist, linguistically. You know what that means? It's sad. Anyway, back to the thing, because they don't. They're cowards. They can't come to the stage, right? We've proven it here, everyone. We've shown the evidence. He's made excuses. He says he's out eating with his child, so he can't come to the stage. Yet he's watching my live stream while he's eating. I mean, like, look, you know what I'm saying? Like, woo, this guy is off his rocker. Here's the evidence. Checkmate, bro. Checkmate. But anyway, enough about these guys because they're not going to join the stage. They're chicken. So, well, we don't want to call people names, right? Don't call people names. Just address them that they're wrong in the way that if they're trying to teach. But then, that's what's wrong with the world today as well. That's why there's so much crazy young generation that's growing up very foul and, breaking rules. They, you know, when they go and break into stores, shoplift and stuff like that, you know, where they, you know, you've seen the news where groups of children are storming into places and do these different things. Now we see why. We see the kind of parents that have been raising children in our time period that have created this kind of mentality. That's what the Bible says. Lawlessness will rise up. Lawlessness. He's still here. Look, he's still here. Repeating the same stuff. How do you spell Yeshua again? Remember when you used 4 consonant letters to spell Yeshua? Live on your live stream? Remember that? He's not a good person. He actually mistreats people. There's an old man that came on his show today. An old man that, and he tried to make fun of the old man. That was sad. That was a pathetic attempt. But, you know, they can do what they want. It's his channel. Let him do what he wants. Let him think how he wants, all that. But you can keep coming to my channel, though, and you keep acting like a buffoon, you're going to have to subscribe or you're going to get blocked. That's your only option. That's your only option. So back to the abyss, everyone. It's a gathering of all the knowledge, and there's a creator, like the key. The guy will have the key. He's going to come down, and create what we're doing, like in Google and AI's doing. You know, gathering all this information together. And here's a critical thing, and I wrote a thesis actually on this as well. That there's nothing wrong with technology. However, and this is a classic example of even like what's going on right here, is if you don't have proper discipline or guidance with, you know, for instance, your own children, right? Proper guidance of truths, then things can get very chaotic within the child. Same thing with an AI. If the program is not properly programmed, then the AI can grasp hold of out of anything from the abyss, which is a lie. Even though humans may say it's a truth, it's a lie. It's still part of the abyss. It's still available for them. And if they go and they grab a hold of it and they start using it as a program, you can see how quickly AI can start becoming very, very corrupted and create all sorts of kinds of things that are not true. But people will search for them and look for them as if they're truths. You know, you've got, that's why, you know, I laughed at Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan had his podcast when he brought Dr. Havas, the archaeologist, on his program, only to try to mock him. So here's Joe Rogan, a pot smoker, alcoholic, right? Try to mock a man who's for 57 years has been doing archaeology in Egypt and knows what he's talking about. Another group of academic people make claims. That's the problem. Just because someone that has an academic paper makes a claim doesn't mean it's true. And here's like people like this gentleman here that's come to my show. He's that kind of person. So Havas was trying to tell Joe Rogan that these scientists that are coming here, that are writing articles in magazines and stuff, are only making claims that are actually not scientifically proved. And Rogan can't comprehend that. He's still thinking that Havas is lying, that aliens built the pyramids and all this other shit. I mean, it's so fucking hilarious. But this is what academic, that's why in the Torah they call them the Nakash. All these so-called wise people that were distorting truth, and they were trying to raise you know, younger generation into their ideology, which is formed of corruption so foul that the whole earth started devouring one another. So eventually God just had to flood the whole place. And now we're at that same point in time where anybody can go. If you pay enough money to a college, You can get a certificate of whatever you're studying. It's money. It's not about you are educated. It's that you paid for a piece of paper. That's really all it is. That's really all it has been. That's all it has been in the last 100 years with colleges. And I'd love to find out, guys to debate me on that, because they know for a fact that's all they did. They just paid for a piece of paper. They thought they were going to, they thought, oh, you got to go to college, get you a good job. And then they find out in the real world, that's not actually the way the real world works. It's not actually, it's more about who you know. It's who you know. Or if you're born into a family, you take over the family business and all this stuff. So, and there's a lot of people who never even went to college, or they were college dropouts and they're millionaires right now. And they're millionaires. No, he's not above this. This is what he's actually done, Big Nose. This shows the academic level of people. This is why I play chess. I'm a good chess player, Nose. Very good. I love to pull out the people who claim to be scholars or academic field. This is what the Mahdi does. This is who I am. I'm highly intelligent, beyond. I'm almost savant intelligence. And they don't know this. So I pretend. I have a personality that allows me to, play the game very, very well. And that's what it's entertainment. Entertainment. My real life is nothing like this. I'm not trying. I actually liked why I joined Justin's show is because I thought that he would be someone that would have a decent conversation like I used to have with Big Nose. Someone who would talk back, present evidences, present, his points, that we could discuss it as gentlemen. But it turns out that he's not like that. And, I thought that was sad, because I actually thought, now the other two guys that was on the program, I knew right away that these guys were, jokers, because they were switching names with each other and stuff like that. And it's just like, man, and you're not even a doctor, in that manner. I thought he had some intelligence, and it turned out, I guess he didn't. But no hard feelings. I mean, I have no hard feelings against Justin. He is what he is. He can be what he wants to be. I don't care. But I think it is a shame that, and this is what a lot of podcasters do to people. They have that false power. I teach everybody about the real seven spirit power, the real Gabor El, and there's a truth to it. But these guys have the false Gabor El, a false sense, where they hit mute buttons, or they throw you out. Ah, look at my power that I got. I muted you. Nobody cares you. I mute you. That's not good. That's not even academic. That shows that someone is not up to a challenge, because if you have truth, you can stand on it like I do. I stand on my truth. I'm not afraid of anybody. People should join together, not this vicious arguing. I 100% agree. That's why I try to do what I do, man. That's why I expose lies. If you're saying something that is illogical, we have to stop it. You know, I mean, especially if you're supposed to be an educated man, you got to stop saying stupid stuff because you don't know who is out here watching something. You don't know. You don't know what influence you may have on somebody else, right? So it's very important not to have fallacy in something that you may falsely believe in. I mean, I present my God, 7 spirits, and this is the God of the Torah. This is the God of the Injil, the Bible, and this is the God of the Hindus, the Vedas, and the Buddhist Confucius. This is their God, literally. Whatever religion has taught these people has warped your mind into thinking a different way. And when you actually read the book, you see that God is something else than what people are saying about it. So when I presented to these guys on their channel my 7 spirits, which at least Justin at least wrote down. I thought when he would write it down, I thought, oh, now we can have an actual discussion. But then it turned into some buffoonery, complete buffoonery. That's why I asked him, the other guy, he started saying that I was living in a fantasy land. My God is in a fantasy land. That's when I flat out said, is wisdom fantasy? Is knowledge fantasy? What are you talking about? Is counsel fantasy? Are these things that are in my imagination? Or are these repeatable and observable things that we can see as evidence to prove that the definition of what God is real? But they can't comprehend it. They don't have the critical thinking mind like I thought. It's my channel here. I cuss. And what's the big deal? I mean, I live in America. You're allowed to cuss. I'm not living in a place that has some kind of strict Sharia law where I'm not allowed to eat pig unless or I'll get stoned. I mean, I don't get you people. You chase after things, but then you reject things, but then you use these same things to present your argument in the very things that you reject. Buffoonery. All you got to do is tell me to shut up. Justin, see, that's what you don't know about me. If you want to make a point and I keep talking, and all you got to do is say, Captain, shut up, man. Let me say something. I'll be like, all right, calm down. All right, go ahead. What? That's how I really am. I don't block you. I don't mute you. I don't throw you out for it. I let you be you. That's a fact. Everybody knows me here. They know it's the truth, man. You've watched other podcasters perform the function that they do because they have Patreon channels or they have super chats and they're trying to make money. So that's the game that you have to play, Justin. But as a true academic person, you should not be playing that game. That's not the game you play. If you want to play that game, then you're not really academic. You're just chasing for clout. See, I don't ask people for money. I don't ask for donations. I don't do the super chat thing, none of that stuff. I don't even care if you follow me or not. I'm not here on YouTube to get followers. I don't care about that. I'm here on YouTube just to present theses, speak truths, and whoever sees it, and they can test it. They can question me. I'm always here for it. That's it. Remember what I always say here. I'll put it right here. This is what I always say. Challenge my claims. Right here. Challenge my claims. I'm an open book, man. Just because somebody shows you a PhD does not make them wise. Just because somebody calls themselves a physicist. Look, you know who the top physicist is right now? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Go watch Shay Shay. There's a big podcaster, this black guy. His name's Shay Shay. Watch what Neil deGrasse Tyson says on his podcast, and you will now know that just because Neil deGrasse Tyson has a physics degree does not make him an intelligent man. It only makes him a man that got an education from whatever school he graduated from, and whatever they had, he has retained and uses as a tool. But when it comes to the real world, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an illiterate buffoon. Go to Shay Shay and watch this episode. It was hilarious where he was trying to make because a biologist, you know what a biologist does, and a chemist would have laughed him off the stage from the claims that he was making on Shay Shay's podcast. Fact. It also showed me that Neil deGrasse Tyson is racist as well. And that's another fact. So I'd love to see Neil deGrasse Tyson come here to debate me on his claim that he was making on Shay Shay's podcast. I'd love that. That'd be so funny. And then everybody would know that Neil deGrasse Tyson, he might know about physics, but he don't know about nothing else. He's illiterate, complete illiterate about that. I'll tell you that right now. And that Dr. Blitz, by the way, Big Nose of London, remember what Dr. Blitz said when I showed him. He said we live in 4 dimensions. That's what he says. As a physicist, he said we live in 4 dimensions. That's a fact. Mr. Nose, would you please address the audience and let them know what dimension we live in? What kind of dimension are we in? Could you please address that? Maybe you need to go to Dr. Blitz, the physicist, and explain to him that he completely lied publicly when he made that claim as a physicist. Thank you. Master of religion and spirituality. Thank you. DZ, let me explain something to you, Justin. Do you know I actually write a book? I have a book in production, and it's called the Grand Master Scroll. It's a Grand Master Scroll of all religious text, linguistically and etymology, combined together for scholars to look at. Not for laymen like you, but for scholars to actually look at. But oh well. I don't think they know what humbleness is. I even go there and try to be all nice to these people, and then you see what they do to me. And like I go there, I wish them peace. I say, peace be with you guys. Thank you for having me up. Blah blah blah. And the next thing you know, it's like an attack. It's like, dang, I've joined a pack of wolves, and now they're all hungry for that flesh, that fresh meat and blood. Oh, here's somebody ain't never been, and they thought I was like that. They thought I was that kind of person. And then they took a bite of me and I was sour. Wasn't I, Justin? I'm sour, ain't I? You don't ever want to try to bite me again, huh? Big Nose was supposed to go. I don't know if not this one. I don't know if it's the same one, but Big Nose of London was supposed to be going live today. He said like 5 times. I think he had 5 videos. And every hour he had a different subject, and he was offering $5K to whoever could do it. I know. I read all the subject content, and I was like, dang, that's $25K for me right off the bat. I'm thinking, dang, Nose, I'm gonna take all your gold from you. Yeah, $25K. And then one of his questions, which I know he got from me. Yes, he did, because ain't nobody know the truth about Allah. Is he creator or is he God in the sense? But you still had to clarify. You kind of wrote that wrong, Nose. You have to still clarify God and clarify Allah, so I can understand, because if you look at the Arabic, Allah is the God, and then you have God again. Now the question is confusing to me, and other people, but you understand as an intelligent person, it's confusing, and I would need clarification on that before I could answer that question. But that's the only thing I saw as a fallacy in the way that you posted it. I like Nose too. That's why I went to his channel today to say, Nose, you're late. Where are you at? I guess I'm going to have to go live. Andy Pandy. I've seen Andy Pandy here before. Peace be with you, Andy. How are you doing today? Three dimensions, but he said Einstein said four. No, no, no. No, he did not say Einstein said four. He flat out said we live in four dimensions. And he started laughing at me as if they remember they asked me, are you because I was asking them what channel, like who runs this channel? Remember they were mocking me about because I didn't know who was running the channel. I thought it was DZ's, and obviously it is, everyone. They lied right there. They got caught lying because it literally on that podcast it says DZ debates, and now we find out it's Justin's channel. So I was correct in addressing Justin as the one who owned the channel, but they all three raised their hand as they were collaborating together. But they each have their own separate channel. So the channel that I was actually on, so they didn't create deception, was Justin's run channel. It wasn't Blitz and it wasn't Ian's. Flat out, they were invited guests to that channel as collaborators, but not really collaborators because he holds debates on his channel just by himself. You can watch these things. So right away they lie, and I don't like, me, I don't like liars. I hate liars. But they were mocking me, and then they asked me, Nose, they said, do you even know where you're at? Kind of like I'm confused of whose channel, where I'm at. And then he goes and says, we live in four dimensions. What? Don't try to help him out. Don't try to say Einstein, because even Einstein don't know if Einstein said that, Einstein is a fool. My link should be posted in the thing. He said we can't argue with Einstein. Shh. I can prove Einstein's theory of relativity is false. I did it already with, they use this train thing. For instance, you're on a train, there's a light on this end, a light on that end, and the lights flash, and you're standing in the middle, and the train's moving one direction. Which light will hit you first? This is what they say proves the theory of relativity. That relative to where you're at, because the train's moving this direction, the instant the lights flash, let's say it's moving this direction, so this flash will hit you before this one because you're moving away from it. That's not true. That's called perception fallacy. Because if the lights are flashing at the exact moment in time, and you're in the exact moment in time, at that exact moment of time, it still reaches you exactly the same. It's a moment in time. There's many moments in time. So the theory of relativity, that's why it's called a theory. It's not true. It's just a theory still. And I come along and I disrupt their theory by presenting the case. You can also jump. Let's say the train's moving and you jump in the train, right? How come you don't land at the back of the train? How come when you jump, you land in the same? Well, because when you jump, the momentum is still carrying you. That momentum you had is still going in that same direction. So you're going to always fall. So the moment is always going to remain constant. Oh, Einstein, he'd go crazy listening to me. That's why his hair's all like that. He used to listen to me. I drove him crazy because I prove him wrong. I'm the only one who can rattle his brain. Andy Pandy, okay. Hang on. Let me put it back up in here again. I had it up there. Did it go away again? I'll be right back. Let me put the link in for Andy. All right, there you go, Andy. Link should be there now. Well, I've got it in there twice now, if it's still in there. The Freak, good day to you, the Freak. How are you doing? Peace be with you. Okay, Andy, I put it up there. Hey, Andy. There's my link again. Okay, the link is there. You're not allowed to smoke on Justin's channel. Remember that? That was funny. They're so intrigued by all sorts of kinds of crazy things. They were all watching my pawns. Meanwhile, the bishop's sitting in the back. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I really don't like to make people, they do it to themselves, though. I'm not trying to do that. They do it to themselves. Sometimes I don't even realize that I do it. Oh, we got Andy Pandy coming. All right, Andy, I'm bringing you up. You're muted, Andy. Unmute yourself. Peace be with you. How are you doing today? Got your mute button on, Andy. There you go.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, Andy. I heard you. You got your mute button on again. Andy, you got your mute button. Can you guys see us there? There you go.
Hello.
So,
Hello, sir. How are you?
how are you doing, my friend? How are you doing? Peace be with you.
I believe I've spoken to you before.
Yes, I know who you are. I won't say anything, but
Sir, I've spoken to you regarding Mr. Daniel Dennett. Do you remember?
yes. He's the psychologist for, was it Yale? Top psychologist. I believe it was Yale where he is still part of. Yeah. Am I correct?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid he's passed away, but I saw a couple of your YouTube video clips, and I thought I might be helpful in that.
Oh, wow. He passed away. Did he really?
Yeah, it's about 3 years ago, actually. I thought he was because I hadn't seen anything from him. And when
Yeah.
I got in touch with his office, they told me sadly he had passed away 3 years ago.
That's sad to hear. Yeah, he was a pretty intelligent guy. I read up on him as you wanted me to. I read up on him and saw the things that he came up with and some of the theses that he had about different psychological mechanisms within human beings. I thought was interesting. It was interesting. I did study it though. I looked it up.
Oh,
Just to
that's
let you.
very intelligent of you. Very good.
Yes, he's looked like Santa Claus. You know Santa
That's
Claus?
right. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
he looks like.
very right.
I do what people ask. I'm. That's what I don't understand about people. If someone were to ask me something, I do it. I literally. That's just who my character is. Just like Joseph, maybe not for a scholarly mechanism, but he asked me about a movie. a horror movie. I looked it up, and there it is. For everyone. So I mean, I converse with people, and that we're supposed to do. Otherwise, I would think that you're just ignoring somebody. You're not really paying attention. You're not interested. You're just like
That's
going
right.
along with the flow. Yeah.
Yes. So, sir, I believe you've been to a couple of channels and you've entertained them, but sadly they have not been very keen to continue the discourse with you.
Correct. Yes. And they showed up here as well, where I invited them here, and you see they refused to show up. So I
I
can't
would
force you.
like I would like to show a bit of my skill for you. If they would like to come up, those people, so we can entertain them here, couldn't we?
We could. Yes. Very much
Well,
so.
why don't you ask them? I thought that Justin was in your channel.
He was. I put my link there for him and invited him to come up, and he made the excuse that he was having a dining with his son.
Well, that's an excuse, you see.
I
What
know.
you
I'm aware.
said to him, it was correct because an educated man would never, ever make fun of his opponents, no matter what education the other side has.
Correct. Very. And that's how I am. I only mock when I hear stupidity. But I'm not mocking the person. I'm mocking the statement.
That's
You see?
right.
See? You're very intelligent. That's why I like you.
Yes. So this man, Christopher, what was his name? Justin, wasn't it? And the others, Doctor Doolittle. Where is that doctor?
Right. That was Ian. Ian, Dr. Blitz. He goes by, I guess. And then I guess the other guy's name really is Ian, the one that was on the bottom. I don't know. Dr. Blitz has a channel, and I saw his channel where he was talking to a guy, I believe about the Big Bang. I think they were covering. I'm not quite sure. I didn't want to follow along because he had made a false statement, and then he treated the gentleman harshly. So it was like the gentleman was correct and the doctor was wrong. And I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh, I can't watch this anymore. You're not educated enough for me. This is semantics. Now you're bringing up semantics into your argument, trying to make claims that you can't, you know, have any fundamental evidence with. You're just speaking gibberish, rubbish out of your mouth.
They were attacking you actually, 3-1. That was unfair.
Oh, that's nothing. I have another channel I haven't shown anybody. I went to this one channel and I presented this. This was hilarious. They all love me there. They all like me because I make them profit. I put my mask on, Captain Skeleton mask on sometimes. I do some funny things, and then next thing you know, everybody's tuning into the program to see who this crazy character is. And then I present something to them, and these gentlemen were all Africans. They were in the African lineage. And I presented the statement, do you believe interracial relationships is right or wrong? And then they were all like, oh, la, la, let's talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about that. And then they asked me, after they all got hyped up about it, they decided, okay, let's make this subject. And then they asked me, what do you say? And I said, no. And when I said no, oh man, the whole room changed. Then it was just, now I'm a cracker. They just started saying racial
Yes.
slurs at me left and right.
A good question in right time and right place. Well done.
Yeah, it was funny.
Well
But
done.
then, but later on, I made my points. They made their points. Their points had no validation. There was no evidence backing it up. They were making their points based on emotions rather than facts. So eventually, I had to go. It was bedtime for me, bedtime for Bonzo, and I had to wish them all well, peace be with them. And they said, Captain, come back whenever you want. So it's
So, might I suggest something?
go ahead.
Please, could you put your title like an invitation to those people? Either any of those, was it 4 or 3 people? Were there 3 or 4 people?
3. There was 3.
All right.
With Justin's channel, on the channel where I was talking about interracial relationship, there was 10 people, me included.
Blimey. Yeah. But let's go with that. Any of those 3, either 3 of them or any of them available, or anyone who defends them, come up now. Put your title as that. Let's see if they dare to come up.
I'm still trying to figure out. So I've got a title right here, right? Is that what you're asking for? This one, okay. So, but on the
your
beginning,
title says live with Restream June 19. It's not indicating any invitation.
yes. So I'm illiterate in that area. I don't know how do I do that. I can only change it at the end. Like whenever I end the stream, sometimes I'll go in and change the title, but I don't know because like when I start when I started out, I don't see like it just says join. You start Restream, it says join. So yeah, I join in to get everything started, but I don't see, okay, so where do I write what the title of my program? I see this R at the left top of my screen. It says R with an arrow that points down.
Right.
Do I tap that and then create a title that way, or do I got to do it before I start?
Let me ask this from my wife. One moment, please.
Go ahead. I also have these other things over here. I know the screen size, the color backgrounds, my music thing, but then I have this other thing that has a pencil, looks like a pencil, pen, piece of paper, where it says start typing. I'm not sure if that's it. And then if I start fooling around with things, I end up messing my whole stream up because I'm sitting here fooling with these buttons. Because like I say, I can admit if I'm illiterate in something, I ask. Because once I know it, I'm no longer illiterate with it. And then I'm like a native when natives got horses. To Native Americans, they didn't use horses ever. But when the white man brought horses to them, now guess who's the #1 horseback riders in America? Native Americans. So just because I don't know something, once I know it, then I'm going to use it to the best of my ability and I'll become better than you at it. That's why you should never judge a book by its cover. So I was telling Justin, I'm a dumb hillbilly. And you're supposed to be educated with a degree. That's funny. Verify and still don't trust. Yes, I knew that already about those. See, this one says, up close. I'm glad Andy sees right through the BS. Justin finally found the guy, put him in his place. I'm not trying to put people in. I want to be educating people. I'm not really like that, everyone. I'm not a violent person. I'm not an egomaniacal person. None of that stuff is true about me. It's an act. Whenever I go on a show, I act, because it's entertaining. It gets people to want to watch. But in the real life, No, I'm a very. I was raised to say no, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. You know, and I still am like that. Peace be with you, Stephen Sheets. I have not seen you before. Peace be with you. Welcome. Never been to my channel. Welcome. Now the read. Sounds like it could be an Iranian man using a voice changer. I don't know why. Why do you care about race of somebody? I don't get that about people. That's racism. I don't like racism. As again, I'll put it here on my stream so everyone knows. Racism is bad. At my channel, I am global inclusiveness. I study the fruit of the tree, not the tree. Not the ground where the tree was planted. I study what is being produced from the tree. Just because you're one way or another way doesn't mean that is, we have many, what's that word? It starts with a P. When you analyze somebody and you make a claim that, oh, because you're like this, that's what you are. Because you're that race, then you like watermelon, or you like chicken, or you like cheese, or whatever. What's that word I'm looking for? Not racism, not prejudice. I think it starts with a P. I got so much stuff in my head. Sometimes I lose basic ideologies and understandings of things. We're waiting for our gentleman to return back. He went to ask his wife a question about how to put a title page here. But I don't really have a topic.
Hello, sir.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Did you find
Yes,
out?
sorry about this delay. I managed to figure out by the help. Apparently, on the top of your Restream, on the left side, your
Okay.
Restream, there is like a pen.
Oh, the
Do
pen.
you see that?
It'd be on my right side. There is a piece of paper, and it looks like there's a pencil or a pen in the paper.
Yes,
Yes.
that's the one. If you press on that or click or whatever the word is,
Yes, I see it. And now it's asking me to type in something.
it says add channels. A page should open up for you. Small page. Do you have that?
It doesn't say add channels. Add channels is in the beginning when I want to connect to like my Facebook or my YouTube channel. I have the pin thing, and it's asking me to type
Yeah.
something. So let's just practice with this first. So
Okay, yeah, type
I'll
that.
type.
Let's see.
Type in what?
Type
I am.
invitation and an honest invitation to
Now
an honest invitation to. Are you with me?
yes. Honest invitation to.
To what was the that chap's name or
Oh,
the channel's name? What's the channel's name? You can put the channel's name or that man's name.
well, let's just test it out. We'll do honest invitation to anyone. That's right, anyone.
No, first you need to invite them or that person. Justin, wasn't it?
Well, I already did that.
Justin and his supporters. That's it.
I did that.
And honest.
I did that earlier on the live. And I put the
No,
link
but
there.
this
And here,
one, people will see it. You see, that's the difference.
I see. Well, I'm not trying to attack people because this is going to make it like because he did come to my channel
No,
already,
let
and
them come here. I'll be here. Don't worry about them. I will teach them a lesson that they will never, ever forget.
and supporters.
So, an honest invitation to, even you can say, Mr. Justin and his supporters.
Okay, let me see if this is going to.
We
Okay,
will see. It will change. I think
well,
once you save that, it will change.
I've written it. Okay, I've written it.
Excellent.
I do not see anything where it says to add. So I wrote an honest invitation to Justin and supporters.
That's it.
Okay, and now I want to add it. Um,
Add it.
7 words, 46 characters is allowed.
That's it. That's
So
it.
did it
I think
change?
up to 100 words, it says on the description here, my wife found.
Well, I'm saying it says that I have
I
seven
think
words with
you've met
46
my
characters.
wife, haven't you?
Um, if I am correct in stating, then I have.
Yeah.
If it
I
is,
think
if
she
it
follows you religiously, and also she's fond of the big nose of London, the true big nose.
um,
Zara B. Complex. Do you recall her, sir?
yes, I remember Zara B and the duck races and stuff. Yes.
Zara B. Complex.
So tell me, sir, did this change my title?
Right,
Or
let me refresh your channel one moment, please. We'll get there. Hey.
because I have it written, but I don't see another button where it would be like let's say I add my music. I can add my music and then underneath it, like if let's say I want to add like this title here that I wrote, global inclusiveness. Once I type that in, then at the bottom in the blue box it says add. But here I'm not seeing add.
No, I think you need that. What about left side of your screen?
On the left side, I see. Remember what I was telling you? On the left side, there's no pin, but there's just this R
Okay, there's
that says
no pin.
Restream. Ah, stream
Oh, you found.
title. Stream
That's
title.
it. Well done. You are clever after all, sir.
This is. Remember, I told you. I spoke to you about it. I said, "Do I?" It's got the R over here with a little. I forget the name. You know, when you're doing a multiplication, they have when it looks like this, it means it's the big number eats the little number. What's that
That's
called?
right.
What's that thing called? Asterisk? Or no, the asterisk is the star symbol. What is that symbol called? Do you recall?
Oh, I
Ah,
must have forgotten.
I've tested your mind then, huh? That did you know? And I looked this up before. Um, those mathematical equations, or add, plus, take away, divide, they all come from linguistic letters that have a meaning, right? And
Yeah,
I studied that. I didn't know that. You know, like growing up in school, they never tell you that. Like, where did they get, to add something to where they came up with a plus sign? But it means add, but where did they get the linguistic to write that? Why is it like that? Why is the divide a line with a dot above it and a dot below it? Where's that come from? So I studied that and I was like, oh, that's
wow,
intriguing that it comes from the alphabet letters that meant something a long time ago.
interesting. Sir,
So
may
I'm
I say something here
on
to
this invitation to.
the Freak? My wife tells me the Freak wishes to be challenged by the big nose of London.
Yeah,
But
hang on.
I see my wife tells me that big nose has left a message for, I don't know if it's a Mr. or Mrs. Freak.
He's here. Hang on. I'll bring you up in a minute. Let me finish writing this.
Yeah, you carry on. I'll just address this to Mr. My wife tells me, Mr. Freak, that there is a message for you. She's been looking because she follows the Mr. Big Nose of London, and I think she says that you, Mr. D. Freak, you left a message for Big Nose, and apparently Big Nose. Oh, is that here?
Here's the
Is
freak.
that?
He is
Oh
here.
yeah.
Peace be with you. Welcome
But-
to Freak.
Hello, hello. Thanks for having me up.
Hello, Mr. Freak. How are you?
Not too bad. How about you?
I am well, thank you. I was just saying, my wife was telling me that you left a message for Big Nose of London, and he's replied to you. Apparently, you haven't replied back because she can see it on the I think she said it was community post. That's where everybody can see.
Oh, yeah. Well, I asked you in the chat if you could destroy me in 2 minutes, and you said yes. And that was basically what I asked in the reply. So I wanted to
Sir,
see if that
not
was
me.
actually true.
The big nose can do it, but I can
Oh,
assure you I have similar skills to Big Nose of London. If you would like, I can demonstrate to you within a few seconds. Would you like that?
yeah, I'm definitely curious.
Before
Okay,
you
make your claim.
before you begin, I want
yeah.
to read in a comment here.
Yes.
Yes, just or not Joseph, but yes, Joseph. Prejudice was the word I was looking for. Yes, thank you. All right, continue, guys.
So
Okay, make your claim, please.
do you deny God?
No, that's not a claim. That's you.
You want me to make an affirmative claim? Okay.
Yeah, well, what is your claim? You're
My
asking me a
claim.
questions when I have not said even a word.
Well, it wasn't a question. You just made a statement, the freak. That's a statement. That's not a claim
I
or a
understand.
question.
Okay, so I will claim that Jesus is God.
Okay, Jesus is God. Is that what you saying, or you claiming, or you asserting, or what?
Yeah, I'm asserting, claiming,
So it's an
declaring.
assertion.
That's my
So it's an
that's my claim.
assertion.
Go ahead.
Sorry? So is it an assertion?
It's declaration.
Okay, I will make a declaration. I am the Lord of the Rings. That's my declaration. Do
Okay.
you understand, sir, what you said?
You are the
Let me-
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, the freak. So you believe Jesus is God. That is your claim because you are about to present evidence that that is a truth statement.
Yeah, I can do that.
There you go. Continue.
So, why did you make the claim that you were the Lord of the Rings?
He didn't. He made a declaration.
Well, yeah.
I wanted to give you a comparison, assertion comparison.
Okay. So we know like the Bible and the different authors in it are writing about the same object, and yet it's still a coherent story within the framework. So Lord of the Rings probably doesn't have, but like, one or whoever, I don't even know the lore of that.
Okay,
And
sir. So you know
yeah.
your God by books?
Well, partly, yeah. Mostly, yeah. Sort of, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I've learned this part from the big nose of London, he would probably say he has a book, that in his book it says that he is the Prime Minister of Mozambique. Do you accept that?
Who, the Lord of the Rings or Mr. Big Nose?
He would say, yes. I'm saying, yes, right. I'm repeating his version. I've learned it from
Okay.
him. Do you accept that?
No.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I need to, see that he's actually in the country. He's holding the office and title or whatever, like, maybe some official letterhead or something, even.
So you would
Right?
Oh,
need to
so you require evidence.
Yeah.
you need to
Okay.
evaluate. You would need to evaluate his book, the freak. You need to evaluate because that you're basing a book as your evidence, and so is the next gentleman. You both have two books, and this is your evidence that you're using to base your claims. So
Yeah.
we need to
Okay.
evaluate. We need to investigate. We need to analyze what these books contain to find out if your claims or truth statements are truth. Continue.
All right. So anyway, Jesus actually walked the earth, and we know that from historical record. So we also divide the human timeline by him, and
Wait a
Jesus
minute.
walking. Wait,
Historical
Jesus.
record would not prove anything about somebody has walked on the water.
Well, wait a minute. First of all, the Bible where Jesus is walking on water is not used as a historical reference book. First of all, so you have to understand about the Bible. The Bible contains many different things. Some things are historical. Some things are paternal, maternal, which we would call genetics in a manner, genealogies. Other parts of the book are just statements of action, words or deeds. So you have to separate these things in the book. A history book, for instance, would just have the history of something. They wouldn't have a
Okay,
genealogical record.
let me give him advantages, no problem. We say the historian said so. Is that fine with you, Mr. Freak?
yeah, it's fine with me.
Okay, so therefore you believe in the historian version. Do you understand?
I
You
mean,
don't
I
believe
cross-reference it with.
directly with Jesus. You don't have experience. You believe the historians' tales.
Well, I do have experience, but what use is that for you?
No, he's
Precisely,
meaning.
it is you who has to prove to us.
But
Right.
wait, sir. He is still. We have to address this. This is something to address. You are believing what the historian says, and then he asked you. You are only believing historians because you do not actually have physical relationship with Jesus walking on water, meaning you were not alive when this was going on. So your evidence is based on other people's hearsay or testimony through a historical lens.
Correct.
Well, in one sense, yes, but I also have direct spiritual experience with the Lord.
Well, that's different. You
Okay,
can't
now
remember that you have.
okay, so one moment, please. So you refute, you accept what this gentleman said. Let me see, is that what do they call you, captain or sir or what?
Captain Skeleton Man.
Captain, okay. Captain put it to you very logically that your belief is based on those people who have written this book. But why you have accepted that version of historian based on what?
Well, we have the gospel. We have those 4 corroborating testimonies. We have the written history.
No,
we know
sir.
Rome burned.
Why have you accepted those historians? I'm not asking about the other books. I will, however, challenge your subjective experience in a minute. But tell us.
Let me help the freak
Yes,
out here.
Captain.
Let me help the freak out. So the freak.
Yeah.
When you're using a historical book, when you're using a historical book, and this is what you're claiming as your evidence for something, what you do if you start repeating and saying, well, we have another book and another book, that becomes circular fallacy, because now you're using other books that are non-historical books to try to validate a historical book. He's asking
Not
you
necessarily.
Yes, because that's what you just said. He's asking you, just based on the historical evidence, Jesus walked on water. A man wrote that. Why do you believe what that man wrote?
That is correct.
Not what that we have evidence of some other book or some other guy. No. Your view, your take, you read it. Why do you believe it? I know why I would. I know what I would say. I want to know what you would say.
Well, see, but you're conflating things now, and you're getting the water and the oil mixed together. Okay, so the historical part is different than the biblical part. Okay, and so the historical part, you need cross-reference or corroboration, and that just validates and it makes the evidence more valid.
No, I don't. I wouldn't need to cross. I would not use. See, I'm telling you, if he were to ask me these questions, and he's going to ask me, why do you believe this historical reference that Jesus walked on water? I'm not going to go to another book. I'm not going to go to anybody else. I'm going to stay with my book that I'm claiming has evidence in it. And I'm only going to look at the book, and there's something that's in books. What would I look at that's in books?
Well, I mean, we're just trying to get to Jesus. We're not talking about him walking on water. I mean,
he wants to know why you believe the book. What's in a book? Could you answer that question? What is inside a book that's why we call it a book?
Holy smoke. Are you serious? All right.
Yes,
all right.
It's critical to understand what's in a book.
Yeah, I mean, how else were they going to pass knowledge down from that point? The microchip wasn't invented yet, right?
But what's in the book? Just answer the question. What are you looking at? Because you're making a claim with a book. What's in the book? Can I help you out?
Knowledge.
No. Words, letters, alphabets. That's how you can read the book to begin with. So that's what.
Captain.
Listen, you have to use your evidence. If you're believing something, you cannot jump to something else. You can't use something else.
Listen. I didn't come up here to get destroyed in 2 minutes on semantics and words and words are a book.
I'm helping.
Okay, I want to hear his arguments.
The freak. I'm helping you because when you go outside of his question, you're losing.
I've been around the block,
Stay in his question, and he asked you, why do you believe in the historian's book?
Okay, have you not heard these arguments from atheists before? I mean, it's pretty common.
I don't really like talking to atheists.
Usually they talk about Harry Potter, but he chose Lord of the Rings, so
No, he just
really no difference.
He was making a facsimile about the difference between assertion and a claim, or a statement or a declaration. I'm just getting to you. I'm trying to help you out because there's something in the book.
I'm good, bro.
That can. But look, there's something in the book that can verify truth as evidence that he walked on water in the sense. But I don't think you don't recognize it. But I'm going to let you go. Continue. I'll let you continue because I was trying to help you because there is
I understand, but
there's an evidence in it. But
yeah, I mean, obviously you want to spit it out because I'm not specifically aware what you're gonna say. So why don't you let us know? Please.
Well, I just want you to say What's in a book? When you have a book in front of you, what are you
Holy
looking
smoke.
at?
Okay, so
Words?
you were just
Words.
saying
Just
that
answer.
you were just saying that you could prove that somehow Jesus walked on water within the book or whatever you said, but now you're not going to tell us.
The perception that the historian had that he wrote Jesus walks on water. Now that's a perception. That is not a verifiable truth claim just yet. Because today, if you go to Japan, you can watch people walking on water. But there is a perception, there's a bridge that's a little bit underneath it, and there's water over it, and it looks like they're walking across water. So in the wording of the book that the historian is writing, when you have a linguistic understanding of a word, it can give you a perception of truth. And then you actually know what the historian's actually saying 2,000 years ago.
Okay.
Without hocus pocus belief that magically some guy is flying around in the sky or walking on water. Because we all know that that is illogical. I hope you know that men don't walk on water. Gravity prevents that. Right? That science prevents certain things. So books can contain some kind of allegorical truth. That's where you have to study to find out what are they trying to say. You can't just agree with the historian 100% and say, oh yeah, Jesus walked on water. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Then that's the end of the statement. Because as a scientist or anybody else, they would think that you were lunatic because we know human beings by mass and the weight of us and water and just virtually impossible. And God does not practice witchcraft, so he doesn't do those hocus pocus things. So there's got to be a logical reason why the historian scribe wrote that. You just have to find it. But I'm interrupting you guys. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so what's your argument about my subjective experience that it's not evidence, right?
Okay, so you've understood what was
What's
about
happened if I
all
can't
this
hear you?
talking in your view. Did you understand what Captain said? Perception?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a good argument to debunk the Bible or Jesus is God. So far, I haven't heard anything.
So you accepted with the book, you cannot prove it. Am I correct?
With the book, I cannot prove it.
No,
Yeah,
you
you're right.
cannot
You're right.
prove God by book.
But yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree
Thank
with
you.
that. Yes,
Now
but
let's hear about your personal experience.
we can prove God through other means of argumentation. But maybe
You
not the
prove to
like.
me,
You
not
can't prove the Bible, God from the Bible.
correct.
You
So
know, I
prove
mean, you
me
can
by your
reference stuff,
experience.
proved by well, I mean, it's just my testimony, but that's still not going to be worth anything to you if you're not a believer.
So, sir, do you accept the defeat under 2 minutes?
Definitely not. Definitely not. So,
Sir, okay,
so,
let me challenge you regarding your personal experience. Now tell me, this experience happened where and what time and when?
it was about 15 years ago, about 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was sitting in a car.
Right,
Yeah.
and carry on, please. Very interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just, next thing I know, I had like a warm feeling kind of like pour over me, almost like the, olive oil anointing, and had a vision from God. And I was, taken in the spirit, as John says in Revelation. And, that's good for now. I can get into details, but it's a bunch of stuff So
Okay.
I'm crazy, or I was on drugs, or I was on an emotional
No,
thing,
none of
or some
those,
kind of
sir.
priming. What else? What did I
None of
forget?
those. I actually believe what you say. It is your
Okay.
subjective experience. It actually is true. However, you see, when you're revealing it to people, people will challenge you. And there, the problem will start from there for you because you're not going to be able to prove it to them.
All right. I'm trying to save you time, actually, right? Because we could draw this out. You can give me the psychoanalysis. You can tell me that it's not evidence, which I already said about 5 minutes ago. Okay, so I can prove God to you in other ways. And it doesn't have to be by the Bible. I mean, I can prove designer for sure, right? So then I could lead you to God and then Jesus. So what
Okay,
argument?
let me ask you, let me help you. Do you think God, the thing that you believe, is it a God or is it a creator?
Is it God? He's the Almighty Creator, the everlasting, the eternal one.
Okay, so you said the God is creator, yes?
Yes,
Okay, now tell us what is a creator?
the Creator is the only divinity in the that we know of.
Is that the definition?
Yeah, he's the divine Creator, the one who creates life and causes death, and to him we are returned.
Okay, so you saying creator is somebody who creates things. Am I correct?
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you listen what I said? I said somebody. If I've said
Yes.
somebody, somebody must be in existence who can create in front of us. Yes?
Okay. Yes, I believe you just conceded the argument because Jesus is somebody.
Yes. So if I ask now to create something, would you ask your God to create it for us since you have connections with this God?
I mean, I could, but it doesn't mean he's going to do anything.
Why? You see, it's not going to do anything, yes? So who's
Wait.
conceited now?
Well, I don't have power over God. I can't tell him or command him to do something on a whim, just because I want to convince somebody. We have
Well,
we
how
have
else will
archaeological
you
data.
convince us then? How
How else
else?
would I convince you? Jesus Christ walked the earth.
There you see, you keep saying these things
Well, we
because
can't
the
say
book
that
is written.
because wait.
I mean, he proved God. He proved God. He declared him in the temple. He said he would rise again after 3 days, and he rose again after 3 days.
Who?
Jesus.
Okay, if that is the case, then he should have gone to the place where they gave him the death sentence to that king who was declared death on him. Who gave that order? Do you remember?
Oh well, it was I want to say Sanhedrin or whatever. It was the Jews who condemned him, but it was the Romans who carried out the execution.
Exactly. So let's see. So you have risen, yes? You should have walked on the earth, as you say, back to where those uh, executors were, judges were, to say, you see, I got you. I'm back. I am the God. You see, you couldn't kill me. On the earth, as you say.
All right. Well, why would that be the plan instead of what he did?
What did he do? You saying his friends claim that they've seen him. The people who killed him, they should have declared that he came back.
I see what you're saying, but
It's called
that's nothing
confirmation
that.
bias.
No. It's called actually what it is. It's called post hoc irrationalization.
Right.
I
So
mean, all you're doing is providing a well, why not, or a what if, like it's an ought or something like, but that's not what happened. Like, and I don't know exactly why he didn't do it like that, but maybe he's just trying to save souls instead of trying to show off. I don't know. But what happened
exactly.
is what
So you're
happened.
not sure, you see? You're not
No,
sure
no,
if
no.
that would have happened. If you,
Well, I'm not sure. I'm sure what happened is what happened, but your alternative hypothetical isn't a valid argument.
but it's better than yours. At least I am giving food for thought. You are just saying to me, because the book, somebody has written something and you believe in that someone's mind.
Okay, well, wait a second. So let's just say that he decided to do it that way, right? Next
Yeah.
thing you know, Rome hears about it, and they decide to completely destroy everything before the Christians had a chance to establish themselves. What about that?
Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. This is
Okay,
irrelevant.
so Jesus
Ignor,
dies, he comes
it's
back, he
called
shows off.
ignoratio elenchi. You know this.
No, well, that's what you're doing. I'm just adding to your story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you saying he didn't do that because he wanted at later stage to establish Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just giving an alternative to your alternative.
Well, I've just clarified it for no, that is not correct because he could have declared it there and then. There you go. That's your
Okay.
answer.
Well, yeah, he could have, but then next thing you know, everyone starts believing, and Rome hears about it, and they come and they bring all their soldiers and they destroy everything before Christianity has a chance to spread.
Okay, but that wouldn't have happened because he would have gained more followers had he gone to that king who gave the order for him to be killed, right? So by that,
Speculation.
he would have shown the fact that he's been risen, right? Therefore, he would have more followers.
Okay, so that's total speculation, and you are aware that the story says that he was risen, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You,
Yeah. So you know of it now, and he didn't do it your way. So it was still effective.
I'm saying he should have gone to those people. It's like you see, if you, for example, defeat me, if I make a mistake here, you will say, oh, you see, I gotcha. I gotcha. Yes? That's what Jesus should have done. Should have gone to those people who condemned him and said, I've got ya. I told you I was a god or son of a god or spirit or whatever you say. You see, that would have been yes. This is genuine.
I mean, it's speculation. It's speculation, friend. I mean, if it went that way, then you have no day of Pentecost. Then you have no way of actually receiving the Spirit directly from God as individuals. You don't have. You don't have. It just it would have been a totally different scenario, and who knows what would have happened. I mean, it's total speculation. I got to tell you,
Correct.
it's not really.
Correct. Yeah. If probably would have been the perfect religion, no other religion whatsoever, because generation by generation would have passed on, and Jesus would be living among us now.
All right, so you know that the story of when they left Egypt, and Moses went up
Well, wait
on
a
Mount
minute. Wait a
Sinai.
minute. Well, wait a minute, you guys. Wait a minute. How could Jesus be living among us now if the Torah declares that every man must die once for his sins? So, yes, Rome killed a man, but if Rome had not killed the man, would the man still be alive today, sir? I mean, because, old age hits everybody. He would still have to die. Now, my assumption is this: Jesus did not have to die in order to fulfill the law. Rome killed him, and the Judeans had him murdered because that is just the way that their minds were working at that time. He could have still fulfilled the law and lived an old man's age and then died in that manner. He still would have died sinless after he was baptized by John. But I have a question for the freak when he claims that Jesus, Son of Man, is God. That's not logical. And scripture proves that that's not logical. So to freak, let me ask you this question. There is a statement in the Bible where the disciples and Jesus are walking around, and he says to them, you see all these buildings? I tell you the truth, not one stone will be left standing. And then he makes a claim about the living temple, which is the flesh that something is in. And he makes a claim about this flesh. What does he say about that flesh?
I didn't learn about Christianity and stuff until I was like about in my mid-30s. So I don't have like memory verses or anything. You're gonna have to
No,
help me out with the
okay.
verse. I know you're talking about like Matthew 24.
No, it's not a verse. You don't have to say a verse.
Something.
You can just say the understanding without, you don't have to use it. I'm not a verse person either. I'm just an understanding person, which means Jesus said that
the body is
no, I will destroy this temple.
The kingdom is within you.
And in 3 days.
Okay.
No, listen, I will destroy this temple. And in 3 days, do what?
Rebuild it.
Rebuild it, resurrect it.
Something like that.
Correct. Okay. So that's what you were talking about earlier with the gentleman here about the resurrection and all this other stuff. So I have to get an understanding. Yeah. Jesus, the man, Jesus, something is saying about this man that they're going to destroy this man. In 3 days, I will resurrect or lift him back up. Who's the I? Who's the one addressing what they're going to do to the vessel and how they're going to raise it up? Is it Jesus speaking, or is it someone else speaking through him?
Okay, so you're talking about when he's being questioned by the high priest, or are you talking about when he's talking with his disciples?
Well, the high priest do make a very critical statement when they asked him plainly, "Are you the Son of God?" And what did he answer? He said, "I am." And then he made another critical statement, "And you will see the Son of Man descending from heaven." So is there a difference? What I'm getting at for you is there's a difference between spirit giving birth to spirit, flesh giving birth to flesh. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6. So you can get an understanding, you can read that. So the vessel is not God. The vessel is just that. It's a vessel of flesh, because spirit is what gives it life. Flesh is meaningless. So to say that Jesus is God is a false statement. Now, however, you can say the Son of God, which is spirit, that's my creator. And you would be saying the truth, because through him, all things have life in them. So the Father only beget one. So when people may claim that Jesus, you, me, we're all come from the Father. No, we didn't. Only one was begotten from the Father. We all came through the Son, as it's stated in the book. So again, when I ask you, you made the claim that Jesus, the Son of Man, the vessel of flesh, was God. That's illogical. The Son of God is the Spirit that gives life, and it's the Son of God who is your Lord and Master, not the vessel of flesh. Can you comprehend that?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're talking about like linear time and the human experience of Jesus Christ. So I understand that, but now he's glorified and one with the
Who's
Father.
glorified?
So
Wait. Who's glorified?
Jesus.
No, Jesus is never glorified because it's the Son speaking through a vessel. Like, for instance, the Ark of the Covenant. It was made of wood, gopher wood, and gold. Was it holy because of its gold and gopher wood, or was it holy because something resided in it?
All right. Jeremiah 51:35.
Where it speaks about if something holy touches something unclean, does it become unclean? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's talking about Babylon. The violence done to me and my flesh be upon Babylon. My flesh. You see, it says my flesh.
And why
Shall
is it
be
saying his flesh?
shall the
Why is it?
inhabitant of Zion say, because it's got about his
It's
flesh be
not God.
upon Babylon.
It's not God, and it's his flesh because it's the word that was prophecy that a virgin would bear a child. That's a revelation of truth. That's part of the word of God. In the beginning was God. The word was with God. The word was God. This revelation part comes out and became flesh. It's a prophecy. That's why he's making the claim,
Right.
it's my flesh because it's my word. I created it, but he doesn't care about it. He still says it's meaningless. I will destroy it. I will also resurrect it. I am God. The vessel is not God. God can do what he wants with the vessel because God is greater than that which is holding or containing the spirit in it. So Jesus is not God. He can't be God. He is just a vessel for the Son of God, not the Father. The Father has never entered into a vessel, ever. It's the Son that enters into a vessel because the image and likeness that you and I are made in is stated clearly in the Torah. Let us make man in our image after our likeness. If the Father has no image and the mother, in the sense of the Ma'im, has no image, then who do you and I look like? Who took an image? Son of Man image. That was the Son of God that took upon the Son of Man image. That's why he says, my flesh, it's mine. I created this in this manner, but I also do what I want with it. But that doesn't mean that that vessel that is made, because the first commandment states, don't worship anything that is created by the Son. To worship flesh is to blaspheme the spirit that gives it life. So you're now refusing the Son of God as an individual spirit, and now you're clinging to the vessel as if it's holy. It's only holy because the Son of God dwells in it. When the Son of God left it, was it holy anymore, hanging on a cross, bruised and battered? It became the sacrifice now, the sacrificial lamb. That's all it is. The spirit left it. Now it's still hanging on there. Then he resurrects it. Who resurrects it? Who has more power? The Son of God or this vessel of flesh? Who deserves worship? Who's being honored by the Father? Who is sharing the Father's glory? The vessel of flesh or the one who gives it life?
So the
Mr.
only thing
Freak.
God glorifies is Jesus Christ. It's him. It's him. It's all I can tell you is it's him. What do you talk about? Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's just him. we see the angel of the Lord praying to the Lord of hosts in Zechariah 3. I'm sorry,
Let me ask you.
Zechariah
Let me
2.
ask you. Let me
So,
ask you
like,
this.
all these agents of God are still God, or agents of God, like
No,
that they're agents of God as Himself.
no. Let me ask you. I'll prove this scientifically. That no, it's not. I'll give you an example of something. Is your son? Do you have a son? First of all, let's say you did. If you don't, you don't have to say
Yeah.
anything, yay or nay.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
pretend you have a son. Is your son you, or is your son his own individual self?
Right. I see your point, but
So the
the thing
word, though,
is,
but look, wait. That at one time, your son was part of you at one time, called sperm. So the word was with God and the word was God. But then the word left or came out of the Father, from the Father, sperm in a manner, or as light, like we see in Torah is written, that God spoke and said, let there be light. And through this light, all things are made. So this son now has his own individuality. He is like his father, and he's the only one that's like the Father, the only begotten. You and I are not like the Father. We were beget in a different manner by flesh through the light itself. Are you following what I'm saying? So when people go around saying that God, in the sense, is three persons in one, no, that's not even what the Son of God says, because the Son of God, speaking through the vessel, says, I came that they may know the one and true God, which is his Father. But Jesus, in the sense of the Son of God, that's your creator. God the Father is not your creator. He only beget one. So do you see the blasphemy in some doctrine when they don't understand who's their creator and who created our creator? That's the Father. Now, how is it stated that they are one? Because the sperm thing. I am in the Father, and since the Father is seven spirits, those seven spirits now rest in the Son. So I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. And then, therefore, they can say, hear, O Israel, the Lord, which is the Son, our God, is one with the Father. That's why the Shekinah exists. But Jesus cannot be God. It breaks the first commandment. Are you aware of the first commandment? Don't worship
the
anything
thing
that is
is,
created.
the thing is, when He was glorified, he became one with the Father. So worshiping Jesus is the same as worshiping God. He doesn't take offense to it. The only
Let me
thing
try
that
to
God glorifies is Jesus Christ. Now, hold on
let
a
me
second.
let
Hold
me
on a
well,
second. Wait.
you're not understanding
Your
something.
explanations about the difference between the spirit and the flesh and this and that. I mean, you literally contradicted yourself at least twice in
No,
terms of like who is who and what is what. But meanwhile, we have
you're not
Jeremiah
separating
51:35.
you're not
We have
separating the
Jesus
spirit
saying
from
that
the
all power is
flesh.
given to me by all authority is
Who?
given to me
Who?
under
Who
in
has
heaven
the
and earth.
power? Who has the power?
Well,
Jesus,
the
who was
Father,
destroyed?
right?
Jesus was destroyed. Who was he destroyed by? I will destroy this temple. I will destroy this temple. Who's the one being glorified? Who's the one that has been given all power? And who is the one who is like the Father, who can give people life? Who? Not Jesus. He got destroyed by who? Who is the one getting the glory? Who is the one that's receiving the same prestigiousness as the Father? It's not the
All right, but
vessel
wait
of
a second.
flesh.
Wait a second. But you just said 10 minutes ago, because you've been on a rant here, that the image is our Jesus creator. So like you gotta like pick a side if you're gonna do the
No,
what do
because
they
you're not
call it, the
understanding.
Unitarian thing.
When it says, ye are gods, what do you think that means? Jesus says this to the people. Did I not say that ye are gods?
Right.
What? How are you a god? How are you gods? Explain that. See, this is where you are not seeing what I'm seeing. I'm trying to show you this. So let's go to.
I see what you're saying.
I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something when Jesus was baptized. Okay, Jesus gets baptized. Now, when the baptism takes place, are you aware of it, right? You understand what's going on in the baptism, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when Jesus goes into the water to be baptized by John, something critical happens. And what is that happens the minute he comes up out of the water? What is stated? That is the spirit of what comes upon him?
The Holy Spirit, right?
No, there's no such thing as the Holy Spirit. The spirit of the what came upon him in the form of a dove. The spirit of who came upon him in the form of a dove? Because you have to understand something. No one witnessed this, but Jesus himself. No one could have written this had Jesus not told his disciples about his experience that was in his own mind, because no one else saw this dove, by the way. That's the documentation. He sees it happening, and he says, I beheld the Spirit of the Lord descend upon me in the form of a dove. And then right after that, it says, and this Spirit led him to the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. So this Spirit is the Son of God. He did not have this Son of God on him yet, because it's clearly another verse tells you when he was 12 years old in the temple, he had to subject himself to his parents, and he grew in wisdom and stature. That means he didn't have all wisdom. He didn't have all knowledge. The Son of God has all wisdom and knowledge. That tells me that this vessel of a man did not have the Son of God in him yet, because he had to grow in wisdom and stature. Then he gets baptized, and when that takes place, now the seven spirits are completely in the vessel. Now he can say, I am the Son of God. But the devil was tempting him. And what did the devil always ask him in 3 times in the wilderness? If you, Jesus, vessel of flesh, are the Son of God, then do this, do that, so on and so forth. The devil himself is questioning in the mind of Jesus, are you really the Son of God? Are the 7 spirits really in you? Can you claim to be the creator, God? Are you seeing this in the book? Are you understanding what I'm getting at here, DeFree? The vessel is not God. It's the Spirit, Son. I just gave you. Who's
sitting on the great throne?
Who's seated on the throne? The Son of God.
It's him, man. It's him. All right. If Jesus showed up in your room right now, God just showed up.
No, God didn't just show up. The Son of God has showed up.
He's the agent. He's the humanoid agent of God. It's him. Just like the angel of the Lord
let me explain something to you.
Of God. If the angel of the Lord promised you something, could God break that promise?
I'm going to show you this angel of the Lord is a fabrication in your mind. Read Numbers.
Wait a minute.
Let's go the wait. Let's go the Numbers 22:22.
Wait.
Because I'm tired of people. I'm tired. But sir, I'm tired. But wait, I'm tired of people using the angel of the Lord as a reference to Jesus.
Allow me to give answer to that. He is right. You should be saying, if God, yes, God can do anything and everything. God can break it. That is correct. Therefore, no more.
But the angel of the Lord in Numbers 22, verse 22, the freak, tell me, the angel of the Lord, what is he called in Numbers 22:22? This is critical. This will blow the mind. This will blow the mind of Christians. Because when they keep using the angel of the Lord as a reference towards Jesus or the Son of God, they are lying completely.
I didn't do that.
Because well, that's what you were referring to. You were saying that if the angel of the Lord came to you or appeared to you, that's what you just said. Trying to say that if Jesus
but
came
these are
to
different
me,
agents.
they're not different agents.
Look,
And God's anger was
if
kindled because he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was
Stop right
riding
there.
upon his ass, and
All right, stop right there. You said it. The word adversary. Now, if you have a Strong's Concordance, tap on that word adversary and tell the audience, what does that say? What is the angel of the Lord called here?
I don't have a link
Okay,
to
I'll
that,
tell you.
actually. So
I'll tell you. It says the angel of the Lord stood in the way as Satan. Adversary means Satan. Satan. That's the word there. Satan. So I'll hear people use Revelations and say, oh, the angel of the Lord appeared to John, and that angel of the Lord was Jesus Christ, and Jesus is God, and so on and so forth. No, it's an allegorical representation of a power that is being controlled by the Son of God, sending a messenger. By the way, it's not even an angelical type being that people say. It is just a man being sent as an adversary, as what Satan is, because even Peter was called Satan. Satan is
Mr.
not his own
Captain,
entity. Anyone can
why
be
could
Satan.
it's still
Mr. Cap? One
it's still an
moment.
agent
Why
of
couldn't
God.
be God? Why could not that be God?
Because God is telling it where to do. God,
No, you're
anger God.
limiting God.
No,
You
no.
need to
It's,
go
listen,
to the
it says,
definition of God.
but wait, it says linguistically, who sends the angel of the Lord? Who sends the angel? So
Sir,
is the angel,
what is the
so
definition
God
of
is,
God?
God is not sending himself. God is sending something else
Listen, please.
as a
God,
Satan.
wait. God can do anything and everything. Am I correct?
In what way are you
Yes.
speaking of?
Anything and everything that you can't even think what it is. But
No,
that God
God,
can do it. Yes?
no, no,
Yes.
Therefore, you limited God. That's not a God.
no.
God has
I
no
haven't
limit.
limited God. I went over this earlier today. This is what I read this today. So a lot of people think the word omniscient. Remember that omniscient?
Omniscient, omnipresent, all that
All right,
is
now,
the
no,
definition of
wait,
a God.
wait a minute. What is the definition of omniscient? What is the definition? So what was created?
Omniscient.
So it's already created in the sense God can do all things he already did. Now, as God, he has set limits and standards, and he will not break those things he has done.
No, he can't.
You're the
God
observer.
can. God
No,
can.
you're the observer in his omniscient presence.
No,
You're
I'm afraid
observing.
I disagree
You're
with you. But wait a minute, please. It's very
how?
important. We need to agree with the definition. If
Yes.
we don't agree, we cannot move forward.
Yes, let's get the definition. I'll
Yeah,
pull it up.
you bring up the best. See if I would agree with you or not, or even Mr. Freak for
Well,
that
it's
matter.
not. Well, it's not my definition. It's not my
No,
definition.
you, whatever dictionary yourself, we
All right,
have to agree.
right. We have to agree on what it is, and I'm gonna show everybody what
Or the
certain. Yeah.
meaning or the definition. Bring it up. Allow
Okay.
me to continue
Yes, and I'll get it.
temporarily with Mr. Freak. Mr.
Okay.
Freak, I've been listening. You're a
Mr. Big
very good
Nose.
listener, I must say.
Oh,
You're a
thanks.
very
Appreciate
good
that.
listener. Now, sir, if you have, as you said earlier on, in your car experienced something which pertains to you and you call that a God, right? Why you continue reading books? Please tell me.
Well, if that's the framework from which I found that God, then that means that that framework is also true.
What I'm saying, if you have experience now, you have relationship, if I'm right, therefore you continue. Sir, if you answer this, please, with utmost honesty, if you are in a desperation situation, right, will you be going to the books to read books to request help, or will you there and there lift your hand up and ask for help, miracle, or something for that situation there and then? Answer this, please.
Sure, I would, pray or cry out, right, for God, but also,
Thank you.
God is the Word, and
Therefore,
His
you
Word
do
also
not
speaks to
need
us.
to read books. You don't need to read books. It's you and your God.
That's true, but I mean, you don't just abandon the Word of God, because you could read the Word and receive from Him as well. I
The
mean, you can
word
receive
of
from Him in
God,
Sir,
prayer,
what
sir,
could
but when you're
possibly
reading it,
better
you can
than
certainly receive in the Spirit from Him as well.
the freak. The word of God is a living thing. The Son of God is the word. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Exactly.
A book is not the word of God. It's a written documentation by the scribes, penned by men who can corrupt it linguistically. However, you can go in the kingdom, in yourself, without books, and observe the word of God through experiences in life, because He is the way, He is the truth, and He is the life. Who is? Jesus or the Son of God?
Okay,
the
so
God,
if you're
the God?
married, and you have sex with your wife, you're not gonna stop learning about other aspects of her, uh, and only use her for sex, right? You're gonna
No,
learn
no,
about
sir.
how
No,
she does this or does that. It's the same
but
thing with God. Like you gain wisdom, and you receive in your
no,
spirit from
sir.
God when you read the Word.
I don't think you're understanding. I'm not rejecting books. I'm just rejecting that if you only use a book to present evidence for any claim, the book is limiting your evidence, because you can have personal experiences outside the book that are not documented in a book. Would you agree? Like your
Yeah,
experience that you had, is that's not in a
yeah.
book,
I would
but
say the most important part of your relationship with God is prayer.
supplication is what you're describing. Prayer is the actual action of something. Supplication is where you're calling out to God through a vocal manner. Just to clarify, I didn't know if you knew that or not. So they've actually taught people wrong. The word prayer doesn't mean to recite words. Prayer was actually doing a work for good. Supplication is the word where you memorize a repetitious thing and you call out to God as you're pleading the case in front of Him.
Anyway,
You found the definition?
I found the definition, and get this. This is what's going to shock everybody about certain aspects of God. And when I say
No, the
this, when I say
definition
God,
that
right, yes,
define.
that define God. Now, when I say God, I want to clarify what I'm saying is God. I'm not calling Son of God this word, because even the Son of God said at the end, no one knows the end, not even the messengers, nor the Son knows the end, only the Father. So when I read this definition, I'm going back to the Father, okay? And the Father is omniscient, an
Um,
adjective, omniscient, an
uh,
adjective that means having complete, unlimited, or infinite knowledge and awareness. Literally means knowing everything. Now, here's the key for everyone to understand. Everything is already in existence to the Father. That's why we have set limits, rules, regulations, and laws within all the knowing. The Father does not go against all the knowing. You may go against it. You can observe what is all knowing. You are the observer in it. So God is omniscient in all the knowing because it is him. But he
Right.
doesn't violate it. So when you
So,
say, can God do anything he wants? He already did everything he wants,
yes,
and he set
but,
rules in it, so he doesn't
but
go against those rules now, because he would not be a
now, yeah,
just God.
particularly now, the God can do it. Who are you to say no
Oh,
to that
wait.
God?
Let me clarify. So then this can happen. You're absolutely right. This can happen, but only when another thing takes place can this happen. So right now, in the all-knowing that we are in right now, the only way that the Father can change that is if he makes the statement, which he has made this statement. The Father did make the statement. He said, all things are passing away. Behold, I create all things new again. So we
Right.
haven't come into that next creation of all things new. So we're still limited, and God, it's not that he's limited, it's that he doesn't violate what is already in the all-knowing of this creation. Can he destroy all of this and just throw it away and then create all things new again and have a whole different set of laws, rules, regulations, ways nature
Yes.
works?
If he
Yes.
wants, yes.
If he wants.
So, so we were right, and even Mr. Freak was right, saying God can do anything and can change its mind,
But he could
can
change,
hold
but
according to
not
the definition.
but not yet, only when it happens. So right now, what we're observing, is he changing anything in his creation right now?
You don't have the vision to see it. How do you
Yet,
know he's not doing it?
because we live and observe in the world that he created.
Exactly. You with the visible. The invisible is not visible to you, sir.
But the invisible is still conducted in the omniscience of the Father, which was already created. Even that which is not known still has laws and rules. You just are unaware of them because you don't know them. But the
Hey
Father's not
guys,
going to go outside of that. You understand what I'm saying?
hey,
Let
I
me
need to
hear
drop down
Mr.
because
Freak's view.
I need to actually drop down because I got to go over to the store. So, but I'll be around. You know, I like your channel, Captain. So I'll be hanging out and stuff.
Thank you,
So,
DeFreak. Now,
yeah,
DeFreak, I just
thanks.
want to let you know, DeFreak, I'm not taking anything away from Jesus. Jesus was awesome. Without him, we wouldn't know the way. But it's the Son that even had to show him how to do it. Like the vessel, the Son commanded Jesus, go get baptized by John. And Jesus had to say to the Son of God, okay, I'll have to listen to what you say. Otherwise, Jesus would not be submitted to his creator, which made that vessel. That's why the vessel belongs to him. That's why he calls it my flesh. I own it. Just like
Yeah,
you own your flesh, right? I don't own your flesh. So you could make the same statement. This is my flesh. I'll do what I want with it. And I could say the same thing, just like the Son says about his temple. He'll destroy it and resurrect it, whatever he wants to do with it.
yeah.
But
I think a lot of people don't factor in. They literally don't factor in the linear time portion of Jesus and God,
well,
and
let me
so
ask
that
you
trips
this.
up a lot of people.
Well, let me ask you this, the freak. When he says this, you really think about this, and then maybe you can have an answer for it. When he says, do not blaspheme against the Spirit, for that is a sin that is never forgiven.
Right,
Blasphemy against
right.
the Spirit, it's a sin that's never forgiven. And then why, when Jesus comes back, will he say to those people who say his name, many will believe in my name. Many will claim and say, but we cast out devils in your name, this and that. And he will say to them, be gone from me, I never knew you.
Okay, so in terms of a relationship and someone with God or whatever, like you can't fathom God, like you can't wrap your mind around it. You
But wait,
definitely can't wrap your arms
but,
around it,
but I'm
but you
not trying to
can wrap your
fathom
arms around
God.
Jesus.
But wait, I'm not trying to fathom God. I'm trying to fathom the people. These are righteous people who are calling upon the name. They say they're casting out devils in his name. All these wonderful things they're doing on behalf of Jesus. But the Son of Man is still saying to these people, be gone from me, I never knew you. Why would he say that to a group of people? And what we're analyzing as these people, they're praying, they're doing good, they're supposedly casting out devils, and that's not a bad thing, right? To cast the devil out of somebody, that's not a bad thing. All these people are saying these things. So why is he saying, be gone from me, workers of iniquity? Something must
Well,
not be
because they
right what
weren't
they're doing.
righteous. They weren't righteous. When he says, I never knew you, he means he didn't know your heart. You didn't have his
No,
heart.
he says, that's key. Be gone from me, workers of iniquity. I never knew you. Or does he say, be gone from me, workers of iniquity. You never knew me.
Well, it's both actually, but I mean, I know what he said, but it's a matter of the heart.
It's the matter of the spirit, because that's the sin that's not forgiven. You can say anything you want against the Son of Man, but you blasphemy against the spirit, it's never forgiven. That's the exact quote. Say anything you want against the Son of Man, but if you blasphemy against the Son of God, never forgiven. That's critical to observe and find out.
I do like your
But I don't
analysis
take
there
anything.
about the spirit, blaspheming the spirit. That's actually a pretty good point. So I'll think about that.
Because who's doing the work? Who sent his only begotten Son? If flesh bears flesh, spirit bears spirit. And we see John 14, for God, the Father, so loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son. Who's doing the work through the vessel? Is the vessel doing that work on its own? Because, we know that if a vessel has no life in it, it can't do any work. So something animating that vessel to do the work of the Father. Who's the one doing the work of the Father? He's the one whom all praise and glory and everything else belongs to, because he's doing the work of the Father. We can observe it by watching the Son of Man. We want to be like that's a critical thing. We want to be like the Son of Man so that we can become a son of God. Yea, are gods, but you don't know it yet. But you have to become like the Son of Man, and you will become a son of God. You can't be the Son of God, but you become a son of God, which is, who's my mother? Who's my brother? Who's my sister? My mother. I tell you the truth, those that do the will of my Father. Whose Father? The Son of God's Father. We're his brother and sister in the spiritual sense.
All right. Reel it in, buddy. I gotta head out. So I appreciate it. Mr. Big Nose Agent. We'll talk soon, I guess, maybe sometime. And all right, I'm out.
Peace be with you, DeFree.
Andy Pandy is my name.
Now, Andy, back to omniscient, right? That word is confusing for me to even say.
Omniscient.
That omni,
Yes.
that has that S in the middle. Do you understand
Yes.
what I'm saying when I say that all-knowing, if it's all-knowing already, all-knowing, knowing everything, that means everything must be in existence right now. So he knows all things because all things are in that existence now. But does he violate? Because he would not be a just God if he went around violating all the knowing or all the wisdom or all the power, all those seven spirits I talk about. He could not claim that he's those seven spirits if he was violating those. He can create new. Yes, he can make all that pass away and then create a whole new set of observable sense in a manner of flesh to us, because none of us have been to the spirit realm. We don't know the way the spirit realm works, period. I could not even tell you that. But I understand that he says as above, so below. And he tells Peter, whatever you bind in earth will be bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth will also be loosed in heaven. So I believe that there's a understanding that we can have about how heaven and earth coexist in the essence of the all-knowing. But I don't believe that he violates any known law of physics, of science, or anything that would make him not God anymore. You understand what I'm saying? That would be Satan. Satan goes against science. Satan goes against logic. Satan's against reasoning, not God. God is all
Mr.
reasonable.
Captain, I would like to put to you a formula. You tell me what you understand.
Okay, if I can.
If A is true, then A is true. Do you know what that means?
Yes, it's fundamental. If A is true, then A is true.
Yes. So
So,
that is one of the laws. Do you know which law?
from the scientific method, are
It,
you talking of the scientific method in the manner?
no.
If A is true, then A.
There
I
are
mean,
laws
of,
in logic and reasoning.
okay, the logic and reasoning laws. A, if A
Right.
is true, then A is true.
So that is the law of identity, it's called.
Okay, yes, I understand now. Let me go to this.
So when
The,
you say God is God, therefore you have to accept God is God with all what you say about the characteristics and other things which remains identical to itself.
what are the laws of reasoning? Okay, reasoning rules are systematic guidelines used to draw valid conclusions, make decisions, or solve problems. Now, I want to go through these fundamental laws of thought, right? Law of identity. An entity is what it is. A statement remains true if it is true.
Right.
Law of non-contradiction. So when someone says that,
That's number two, law of non-contradiction.
yes, and that's what I'm trying to get at with that,
And what's the third one?
the law of excluded middle.
That's right.
But what I'm
So
but what I'm trying
when
to get at,
you
but
yeah,
what I'm
but
trying to get,
all you're using, it's not valid for your second part of your definition of the God,
but
sadly.
if
Your
but
first
what
definition is spot on.
but what I'm saying is, if when people say that God can do whatever God wants to do, anything He wants to do, it's all possible with God.
That's right.
In the sense, when the scribe is writing that, he's talking of the Alpha. See, we're in. That's why it's written not A. We're not at the beginning. We're not at the end. We're in the creation time, and in this we have laws and order that are designed by the all-knowing. He does not contradict himself to where somebody could say, if God wanted to do that, God would do it. If God wants to take a stick and turn it into a snake, he could do whatever he wants to do. That's called the law of contradiction. God would not contradict his own law of identity. I am that I am. I don't practice witchcraft. I don't deceive. I don't lie. It is what it is because I have made it that way. He's not going to change it and contradict. Propositions cannot both be true simultaneously. A stick does not become a snake, but there is the
Sir,
understanding of
Mama,
that.
allow me. Your second part description or explanation wrong. The law of non-contradiction, it was not correct what you said.
It says
You see?
it says this contradictory proposition cannot both be true simultaneously.
Right.
So you
You
cannot
said,
say that God is all just and God is
Well,
all righteousness, and then have God changing things that is in the all-knowing.
sir, your first premise, which has to be true. So the first premise for God is can do anything and everything. Am I correct?
I said no. I said no.
Yeah. If it's no, then we cannot further anything. You limited the God.
I didn't limit God. God limited his own design. I'm not limiting
No,
God. I'm limiting the design that we are in. I don't think you're understanding.
there
God,
is a flaw with your
God has. Wait, what are we? What are we?
definition, sir.
Let me ask you this. What are we to God? Are we His
We are
creation?
nothing.
No,
We
we're
are
something to
nothing.
God. If God so loved the world, He gave His
But
only
we
Son.
don't
That means we're
know.
something.
We don't know what we are to God
I'm
because you
a.
don't know.
Well, let me answer it. I'm a creation of God.
So,
I'm a
okay,
creation.
how did you come to that? How?
Okay, so if I'm a creation of God, that means God had a plan and a design before I was even in existence. So from that plan and that design, which is reasonable, right? You make a plan, you make a design. That's called reason, thought, science. And then he executes this. And now I am in the creation that he has. And he has also set up the fundamental laws of physics in his creation and everything else that pertains to it, the mechanics of it, all of that. He has designed it as it is. He does not go outside of it.
But he hasn't told you all that. You
He,
making up for him.
it's like this. Can God create two different universes at the same time with complete different laws and physics?
Yes.
Yes. Now, but within each design that he has created, this is where quantum physics takes hold right here. If let's say there's different dimensions, different Earths. Let's just say, for instance, this Earth is our Earth, and we have certain laws and physics that define it. Then God makes another one that has it separate. It's different than ours. Then another one he creates is also different. He does not violate any of these laws of physics within that creation. It's like when a scientist creates something, once it's created, he doesn't change the fundamental molecules that make it. Water is still H2O. We don't add 3 hydrogen molecules to oxygen. It would change the fundamental creation of it. God doesn't interfere in that manner.
Sir,
So
if I
all
might
knowing,
interrupt you, you've not traveled to another planet to
it's
find that. Why,
I,
man?
it's
You see,
allegorical. I understand it's
wait.
allegorical. I can't
Sir,
prove
this
that.
is what you should have told those guys, the atheists, how they have come to that conclusion that God does not exist. You should have told them doesn't exist on this planet or
Okay,
another planet.
I understand that. I'm not trying to argue with those guys, though. I don't. They're without God
No,
anyway. I don't.
well, I'm trying to relate this to your explanation about the God has created another creation, but you don't know the
That would
other
be
side.
that.
You see,
That would
you've
be
not
that would.
gone. You
So you want me to do inductive reasoning with them?
That's right.
Yes, I understand.
That
I don't.
you would
But
have
they
shut
can't.
them up nicely.
But they can't comprehend it. They would have said something stupid, and then they would have cussed at me, and then
Well,
they would
then
have muted
you
me and threw
see,
me out.
my wife is telling me to remind you of the big nose, how advanced he quickly comes up with something in response to the answers that they give, you see.
I know, but
So,
I just go there to test what they're saying. Like I don't like because this we're diving in deeper than what they even get into. They're just going into God doesn't exist. Prove it. So when I prove that life is existing, life is repeatable, life is observable, therefore life is, to me, life is God. And they will say, no, that's not God, but that's my God. To me, you're asking me what my God is. My God is life.
Yes, that's
Life is
subjective. That's
repeat.
fine.
You see what I'm saying? So regardless, with an atheist, they're always going to have something stupid. They're always going to disagree with you. There's no, it's like kicking against the goat. It's impossible to reason with them if you're telling them my God is life and they deny it, then they're denying the simple fact that life is repeatable and observable. And that's
Yeah,
evidence for my God. It might not be the Christian ideology, the Muslim ideology, the Hindu ideology, but it's mine in the subjective content that you're saying. But they'll always
that's right.
disagree. That's why I laugh at it and then I film it and I try to catch them in something that is absurd, and I did. Now you see they came to me and they got mad because I caught them in something absurd just to prove that they're really not intelligent people. They're not really seeking anything beyond what their own capacity is
I
allowing
thought
them.
they were attacking you with their teams and their supporters. Where are they? Why can't they come here? Oh, can we go to their channel?
You could go to their channel. Those three, I think they have channels, but their followers don't have any channels. Their followers are, I think their followers, by reading the comments, you can go to their channel. I can observe this with people because I do it a lot. So I go to their channel and I read what people's comments are being said, and I observe it and I'm thinking, these cannot be grown-ups, because why would grown-ups be speaking in these kinds of manners? These must be children that are following them. And that's why I said
Yeah,
said to him, what?
gullible,
Right,
gullible.
they're either gullible adults or they're children themselves that are actually following this, because the comments are not grown-up type comments, like laughing at a fart or calling somebody a fart. That's like, what is this?
Yes, educated person would not waste their time to write nonsense to someone at all.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I know that, but sometimes I play the game just to, it's like chess to me. I do something just to see the reaction. Like a scientist, I'll add baking soda to some vinegar and let's see the reaction.
Yes.
You see, just to see what happens. And sometimes I do that because I'm wanting to know, the characteristic. I've always been like that because of my trauma as a child. I have to know the person, like, who am I speaking with? What is the fruit of you? Are you out to get me? Because that's what I was. I was like, traumatized as I'm scared of everyone now. They're going to get me in some manner, and I'm aware of my trauma, right? So that's what I do, because it's a mechanism that I use to find out, is this a good person or a bad person? Are they genuine or ingenuous? What's the reaction that they're going to be, just to test the water out? Put my toe in it, see if it's cold, and then I won't jump my whole self into it. I'll freeze. But I understand what you're saying, but I hope that you understand as well that once God has all-knowingness, that means all-knowingness must exist already in him. Like let's say he's here and all-knowing is around him. He doesn't violate that right now. Now, can he do something else? Yes, but not within that context of what at the time we say all-knowing is. Because then again, what if that's a will within a will within a will within a will? I can only observe one will at a time. Maybe God can observe greater wisdom and knowledge than I could ever fathom, to where even the wisdom that I have becomes foolishness to God. I'm well aware of that statement that God says. Because
Right.
I'm not observing all knowingness as he sits in the midst of it all. I can't. But I'm just saying that
You're
he does.
only observing the visible part, you see?
Well, I can observe the invisible aspects of it as well. We could do that.
Okay, name something invisible.
The fabric of time, how the planets, with Einstein, can observe physical things to see invisible realities of how the planets are setting on what
Yeah,
they call
name one thing, not one thing invisible, so that becomes visible and I can see it as well.
a black hole.
So you can see it?
Yeah, we can observe a black hole and see the black hole, but only
So the
because
science
there's a
shown a whole dark hole, and that's why you're saying black hole.
well, no. I can see the emptiness and the void in the black hole because something is surrounding it. Light, the event horizon. That's the only way I can see the invisible darkness. Otherwise, if there was no event horizon, no, I could not observe a black hole. But I can know that something invisible does exist because the
Okay,
visible
let
is
me
something is
ask you
happening to the
this.
visible.
You know, during the daytime, you don't see any stars, do you?
No, you don't.
But
Well, I see.
are they
Wait.
visible or invisible to you?
Well, wait. Well, let me clarify.
Mm.
Ask that question again to me.
The star above your head in the
I
street when you look up.
no. Answer it. Ask it the
Star
same. Ask it the same way, and I'll give you a different answer because I gave you I jumped the
is
gun.
the
My answer.
star visible or invisible to you
I can
during the day?
during the daytime I can only see one star.
So that's not visible then.
But you understand what I just said, right? Like
No.
that
What did I say? I said,
you
can you
said
name?
you said in the daytime, can you see any of the stars?
No,
Or
invisible. Invisible.
yes, but my answer, I jumped the gun when I said no. I should have said the true answer is I can only observe one star. That's the sun itself, because the sun
But
is a star.
see, irrelevant. Again, you're not
Not irrelevant.
talking with
Are you
the
telling me the sun?
logic.
Are you telling me the sun is not a star?
Okay. We
The star,
need to go
it's
back
so
to
bright.
the
What it
law of
is,
identity. Do
well,
you see it or you don't see it?
I can only during the daytime because the star that I see is so close
No,
and so bright
yes
to
or
me.
no? The answer,
The answer is I cannot see any other stars but
thank
one.
you. But you told us earlier that you can see the invisible things.
Yes. Now,
But
here's the other thing.
now you
Uh.
say no.
Wait, but wait a minute. Don't, now you're jumping the gun like I was. Now, are
Okay,
you?
clarify.
Let's go to Alaska. I believe it's in Alaska, to where there's this great big telescope. Right? They got this huge magnified telescope that can view deep space. Right? Deep
Right.
space.
Yes,
In Alaska, it's daylight. Sometimes
that's
like
right.
24 hours a day. If I
Yeah,
look through that telescope, then I can see
yeah.
stars in the daytime. So
Right.
again, perception fallacy. That's what I coined. Perception. It's all depends on my perception. The truth is, with my naked eye in the daytime, I can only view one star. All the others
So
become invisible. If I go to the
the
observatory,
conclusion is you
then
need some tools in order to find the invisible things.
perfect, perfect.
Right.
I need the Son of Man to identify where the Son of God is.
Right. You putting it in a more philosophical for those religious people.
Yes,
But it's
yes.
acceptable still, I would say.
Thank you. Because it's true. It's not me. That's just truth. It's not my truth. That's
Yeah,
truth. A is A. It's not, has nothing to do with me. 1 + 1 does
yeah.
not need an observer to be two. It's what it is, right? That's why I say
I
to people, everything in the Alpha is the Word of God is all there. It's all true. It doesn't need an observer to be true. We are in it. That's why we're making arguments about whether something is or isn't, because now we are observing things to find out whether something's true or not. But even when we find something to be true, it doesn't mean that it wasn't already true. Because remember, in the all knowing of things, it already exists. There's laws already to it. We're just now discovering it, that there is laws to it as well. You know, slow process of observation. Would you agree with that?
That's right.
It's a philosophical, cosmological observing that I do constantly. I try to blend them all together because that's God
Yeah.
to me. God is one. He's, if I say life is chemical and biological. That's a whole field of academia on its own. If I say the spirit of counsel, what academia would be counsel? School? Like education? Would that be what I would say? Education? School of, if I say, because life is biological, chemical,
Education. Yes.
and then counsel would be educational. What about knowledge? What's knowledge? Because knowledge doesn't always have to be part of education.
Knowledge is experience. So
There you go.
is
No, I would say, yeah. Knowledge is experience. Then what would be understanding of that experience?
you have to experience in order to have knowledge, whether it's reading accidentally
Okay,
or physically.
okay. So we've got the experience. I've got that tied. All right, that's locked in. But what is the next? What's knowledge? So we got understanding. So we've got the life, we've got the counsel, we've got the knowledge, and because of this, we understand all of these things. What would we call understanding then? In the academic sense, understanding would be, because then next we would have wisdom. Because once you have understanding,
Comprehension.
but comprehension still would be education. To comprehend something is educational.
Confirmation. That means
Confirmation.
confirmation.
Confirmation would
Confirms
be
what you've learned.
exactly confirmation. What science is confirmation, or what could we call confirmation in a grandiose manner?
Mm.
See, I'm not a very big, I like the dictionary. I like to study big words, but I don't, there's probably a word for it that we could actually identify it and give it a truer meaning. But then we have wisdom. What's wisdom then? After we have confirmation, which means we had the knowledge, the counsel, life itself, we've confirmed all of that. Now we are wise about it. Wisdom would be, what would we call that?
Wisdom is registration. You register it for the rest of your life. You would
Very good.
never forget wisdom, would you?
No. Well, unless God took it away from you, made you,
Because if you have passed the four that you named, is that the fifth wisdom or is it the fourth?
fifth is wisdom. Fourth is the
Okay.
understanding.
So you must have passed that four in order to gain the fourth. Was
So
it
we could
fifth?
say we've fifth. We've graduated. We've
Yes. So
retained.
you
We've
registered.
retained.
You registered in your mind.
Okay, so we could call that, we have a criterion,
To
right?
next
We have a
level.
next level. We have a criterion now that can govern the praetorium. And within the praetorium now comes the next one. We must fear he who gave it to us, because at any minute, as even an old man, you could get some disease that could take away your wisdom and leave you with lack of memory, there's this guy, tell me if you've heard of this. I don't know if he's in England or not. There's this guy, and this is fascinating. Every hour. Now imagine if you had to live like this. Every hour, he forgets. His memory's wiped. Every
Mm.
hour of his life is like that. Do you know that guy? Or have you ever heard of that guy that lives like this? He's on YouTube. You could look it up. A guy that lives life by the hour or something. His daughter's there with him, and then next thing you know, he's like, how did you get here? When did you come? So every hour his memory is completely wiped away. That would be one hell of a, I don't know if it would be fun, to live in a life like that, because if you get in an argument or frustrated and then an hour later you have no recollection of it. But anyway, that would be then for the Praetorian, we have the fear of the Lord, which is the sixth one, fear of the Lord. No, not fear. Fear is the seventh.
I think. He,
Power is
oh
the
yeah,
sixth.
power.
Because
Power of
now,
whom?
well, you have self-awareness. I call it self-awareness, where you can't be lied to, because if you have knowledge and wisdom and all that, somebody comes to you with some nonsense, you have power over them because that which you have is greater than what they have. That's the power that we have over serpents. That's what it says. You will handle serpents and snakes, and they will spit and bite you with poisonous venom, but you will not be harmed. So when you have charlatans approach you and you have greater power because of all the wisdom, knowledge, and stuff that you've retained, as you said, then you can conquer the charlatan because they're dumber than you. They don't have power like you have power. Your power is greater than theirs. Then it comes to the seventh, fear of the Lord, who is the giver of that life. Because first you had to have life to even get any of that stuff, to retain it, so you could have power in that life. So fear of the Lord, because otherwise you can end up like that man and live by the hour, forgetting everything. I'm going to look this guy up. You need to check this guy out. It's interesting. I did not know there was
Okay.
somebody. I could not. Who is the man that lives by the hour, where he forgets every hour? Let's see.
You were probably thinking of Clive Waring.
Clive Waring. His name is Clive Waring,
Oh.
a British former musicologist who developed a severe dual form of amnesia after contracting a virus in 1985, with a memory span of only about 7 to 30 seconds. 7 to 30. I was wrong. I said an hour. It's 7 to 30 seconds. His mind essentially resets constantly, making him feel like he is waking up for the very first time over and over again. Clive Waring.
All right.
You ever heard of him?
Interesting.
He's a British guy.
No.
Go interview him. Talk to him. Go find out about him and see. Ask him about God. That'd be like, what's your take on God? Because remember, every day to him, every 7 to 30 minutes is a new awakening. So I wonder what he knows.
Okay. Is there a Wikipedia about him? Can you see if he's been saying anything on that?
No, I've only seen interviews where, they just, they make him a story. They don't ever actually, talk or discuss things with him. He's just a story. I don't even know if you could even have a conversation with a man who forgets every 7 to 30 seconds.
Right.
That would be very difficult. He can expertly play the piano and feels a profound instinctive love for his wife, Deborah. So what he retains, it does say what he retains. So this is critical right here, right? What he retains, despite losing his autobiographical memory, this is what, can't really see it. His procedural and emotional memory remained largely intact. He can still expertly play the piano and feels a profound instinctive love for his wife, Deborah. So there are certain things that he retains, but I wonder, does he retain God then? I don't think anybody's ever asked him. Or to find out what he knows that could be beneficial to society. I'd love to find out. I'd love to talk to this guy. That'd be crazy. But 7 to 30 seconds, you'd be like you're talking to a whole nother person every 7 to 30 seconds. Clive Waring. Where does he actually, I wonder where he lived. Does it tell us exactly where he lives? How far away? Let me see. Where does the British man Clive Waring live?
Clive Waring lives full-time in a specialized care home in England, which is an assisted living facility for people with brain injuries. Because his memory only lasts a few seconds, he needs constant care.
So he lives in a home where he gets constant killed. I don't live in England, so I imagine it would probably be a very prestigious place, expensive. So I don't know where that would be in England exactly, and I don't think they even tell us here. Otherwise, they would have said it immediately to the address of the place. But I don't think they let that information get out, because then everybody would probably go try to visit this man. But if you have some sort of way where you could, then check that guy out. He'd be a thing to study, I think. If you'd be allowed to, if you have qualifications to even bypass to get in to see him. Because I imagine they got him under lock and key, right? he's like one out of a billion people that's like this, probably. They got him under lock and key for observation.
Right.
He'd be fascinating, though, don't you think? Fascinating. He plays the piano expertly, then. Expertly.
Do you know what Wilson law is?
Will's the
I think
law?
you're going to learn a lot from what I'm going to give you to research.
Will's the law. Is that a man?
Wilson's law.
Oh, Wilson's law.
Wilson.
Yeah, prioritizing the acquisition of knowledge and intelligence will ultimately lead us, and thus our organizations, to financial success.
Prioritizing the acquisition of knowledge and intelligence will ultimately lead us to financial success.
Wilson's law, which states that prioritizing and the acquisition of knowledge and intelligence will ultimately lead. Well, here's the thing with me, though. Because of who I am, my characteristic and my moralities, yes, I understand that I could become super rich very quickly. I have all the knowledge to do that. I do not care for it. I don't have the drive to practice Wilson's law.
Okay. Do you know Murphy's law?
Murphy's Law,
Yes.
that's a television show.
Look into it. Murphy's law.
Murphy's Law.
These are very educational. Not so many people would know about these things.
Murphy's Law. Well, in America, that's a television show. So Murphy's Law, a popular adage stating anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Often used to explain a string of bad luck or inconvenient timing, its true history reveals a much more practical and forward-thinking philosophy. Edward A. Murphy Jr., back in the 1940s at Edwards Air Force Base during U.S. Air Force rocket sled test. It is named after aerospace engineer Edward A. Murphy Jr. Fateful accident, the original meaning. Murphy did not intend to state that the universe is out to get us, but rather it is a rule of thumb for engineering. His intention was precautionary. You must assume that if something can be done incorrectly, something eventually will do it. Which goes back to Elon Musk's recent interview, where he says that before they shoot one rocket into space, they do millions of tests through computers, not to find out which one works, but to find out which ones don't work, which ones would be against it. And they observe that one the most, the problems that could happen. So that way they can address those to make something run more smoothly. So yeah, I'm familiar with them, but I don't practice them, so they're not really in my life vocabulary. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
what you can do, if you learn these things, you can use them against those atheists. You see,
yes,
you have to be able to study certain things. I only gave you 2 or 3 of them.
But you don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to go after people to make people look dumb or stupid. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to do that. I'm only putting my opinion, because that's what it is ultimately. I'm only putting my opinion that may contain facts, yes, just into the world for others to observe. I can't force anybody. I'm not trying to force anybody or anything like that. Ultimately, we all have our own free will. I'm just, having fun. I'm entertaining myself. This is my
Yes, so
entertainment.
by reading those, at least you can produce something to them. You
I
see,
can I can
giving
bring it.
examples, you can quickly cut them and stop them and mention things,
There you go. I can
and they
add.
would know. Suddenly, they would shut their mouths. You see,
Right. I will add new arsenal. New arsenal. Yes.
that's right. The
Right. Yes.
more you read, the more you can produce.
But get this. Get this. I mean, you might not believe me if I said to people, I'm an illiterate, dumb hillbilly.
There's no doubt about what you just said. Even Zara says that, and she's laughing.
I'm just saying that as a statement for people like, because I get these guys, they tell me all I've got this degree, that degree, and I'm thinking, okay, but you paid for it. I did not pay for anything, and I'm smarter than you. I'm a dumb hillbilly, but I can make you look
Yeah.
stupid. You get what I'm saying? So my knowledge does not come from outside. I don't know
Well,
how to explain it. My knowledge that I have
I
does
think
not
you've
come.
explained it before about 2 months, 3 months ago when I was here.
Yeah, it comes from internal. I don't know how to explain
Right.
it. It's an internal thing that is
Yeah.
within that comes out, and it's like once I know it, then like somebody will mention something to me, and then I'll go like what you've just done. I'll go and I'll say, oh, what is Murphy's law? What is these things? And because some people will say, well, you're using this and you're using that method, or you're doing this, and I'm like, I really don't have any idea what you guys are talking about.
Mm.
Okay, but okay, so then I'll read it and I'll say, oh, well, okay, yeah, I am doing that, but I'm not educated in that. It's just who I am.
Yeah.
It is
Yes.
me.
So I think what you're trying to say, you're sharp. All you need just glance through, and you take whatever is there for you to sort of substantiate your points with them. Whereas the others might take hours, days to learn these things, you see?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
could
yeah, yeah.
be just sharp. All you need to do, just through your eyes, the lens, you just take in. That's it. And it
But
sort of in your brain.
there's one thing I did not take in that I always forget, and it's a name that knows calls me,
Right.
and I
What's
forget it.
that?
It's not the word crafty. He calls me. He said, "You are very." What is the word? And he calls me something.
I don't know. We have to ask him when you
It's like the word.
find.
It's like crafty, but it's not crafty.
Right.
Observable,
Well,
but
I
it's
don't
not
know.
observable. It's something that he calls me, like I'm playing a trick on people, you know.
Right.
And he calls me something that I'm very astute, or something like he thinks that I'm playing a game. Like, no,
Right.
you're like somebody that knows a whole bunch, but you're not letting nobody know this stuff. What is the
Yeah.
word? What word would you use?
I don't know. I'm
Uh,
thinking. Oh, Zara. Zara
of
would
all
know.
of all the words in your arsenal, that one has failed you, and that I cannot retain in my brain for some reason. I cannot think of it.
It
Why
will
is
come to
that?
you. Probably,
No,
is it on the
subtle.
tip of your tongue? Pull out your tongue. Let me see it. It's in
Yeah,
the tip.
it's not on the
Oh,
tip of my
there it
tongue.
is. Oh, yeah.
Subtle. It's like the word subtle. Subtle.
Subtle.
Subtle. Yes, I'm like crafty,
So,
subtle.
that's very interesting.
He calls me something I forget, and I always want to remember it because I like the word.
Mm.
Because it is. Because he's right on. He's hit the head. You know, the nail on the head with it. And yes, it's true. I don't say that it's true. You know what I'm saying? But I like.
Right.
I understand. Yeah, I am. You know my game. But
So let me understand you better. The purpose you go into those channels daily or every other day or every week or every
whenever I
month.
whenever I get the notion,
Okay.
it comes internally. I tell you, it's internal. Whenever I get the notion, something says,
Suddenly you feel the urge to go there.
yeah. It's
Interesting.
I don't make
And you want
plans.
to prove to the audience that these people are the charlatans.
Well, what it is something that comes over me. I'll flip through something, whatever pops up. I'll glance at it. I'll listen to it for a brief period. If nothing is entertaining there, I'll skip to another. Once I find a challenge or a debate that is something that has to do with religion or something like that, then I look at it. I listen for a minute what they say. If I hear a fallacy in what they're saying, then they have a StreamYard or a Restream to join, or a Vox or a Ninja, whatever they call their stream platform. I'll immediately just go in, and then I'm here now. Now I'm going to pose this to you, and what's your take on this? It's not that I'm forcing. I'm just presenting. Which sometimes I'll just say, gentlemen, I have a question for you. I just wanted to know what your take on this is. So,
Right.
and then I give them the verse that's there to analyze it and then try to get what their interpretation is. And usually their interpretation does not match what it is they've been teaching their audience for the past 30 minutes. So when they come to this, they see it. I think they understand what is happening. And then it's like, oh, we got to throw you out. Throw you out. Just like that guy did to me when I showed him 1 John chapter 4, verse 2. Well, the whole chapter will destroy the today's Christian theology basis. 1 John chapter 4, because it clearly, when you actually slowly read it word for word, understanding it linguistically, what it means, all of a sudden you look at what people are teaching from podiums and from mainstream, and you're like, you guys, this is not what John is telling us. You guys are lying to us. So I posed to him chapter 4, verse 2, and I was talking about it was the Son of God thing, and then I posed Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 to him, just to show them, like, okay, so what is the child that's born? What's the son that's given? John 3:16 says, "For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son." So I'll ask them in a little tricky manner, does God have an image? They'll say, no, God is spirit. Oh, okay. So God is spirit. He has no image. He's not like us. No, it says that. God is not like a man. It's like, okay. So when God gives a son, and you say spirit gives birth to spirit, flesh to flesh, then explain to me Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6. The child that's born and a son that's given. Is there a difference between flesh and spirit here? Because a child ultimately being born is coming from the womb, as the word born in the Hebrew and Greek is referring to flesh. But then they use another word for the son is given. They use a different Greek word. And I tried to show them, like, okay, so why are they using two different Greek words to denote two understandings of something? One's spirit, one's flesh. And when they see that, they get mad. They're like, get him out of here. He don't believe Jesus is God.
Interesting.
Which,
You
when you look
trying
at,
to figure out the capacity for your next step, I think,
well, I'm trying to
from
find
your
God.
question.
Well, I was trying to find God. That's what I'm doing here. Really, my search, which isn't living right now. Remember, like 10 years ago, I didn't know this stuff. 10 years ago, I was like everybody else. I would, if you would have met me 10 years ago and asked me, is Jesus God? I'd say yes.
So, sir, I'm just looking at man's live streaming. His topic is your God is imaginary. What is
Yeah.
that?
He's using,
No.
which
Is it a claim he's making, statement,
that's
assertion, declaration, or
I'd,
what?
I'd say it's a statement and an assertion that he's trying to do.
Okay, now,
Depending
one,
on, well, we can hear
please,
him,
this is
right?
very important for you. You said a statement, right? For example, let's analyze this for you for your next step. Statement in logic and reasoning either is true or false, right? You
Right.
follow?
Yeah.
So now let's analyze his statement whether it is true or false. Remember the law of logic, the first law. Do you remember that? What was
Yes.
it?
If A is A,
Law of
it's,
identity. Yes?
yeah. Yeah. If it is, it is.
That's it. Now, his statement has to be either true or false. How do we figure out? Tell me, please.
Well, since I would think because he made the statement, he has to provide the evidence for his statement.
So, how would you approach him?
I would. I ask them, what's your evidence for the statement or the claim that you're making? They say, it's not on us that needs it. You have to have your evidence.
Right.
And
So,
then
statement
they
does
usually
not.
throw me out.
Right. So, what you need to do, every time you will ask from your phone, it will explain things to you. So, statement can be either true or false. How do we verify that statement? Ask that
We
question,
ask
see
questions.
what.
Well, we would have to ask more questions, right? To find out
Yeah,
whether there's,
ask your mobile, say, how does one verify the statement whether it's true or false? This is very educational.
how do we find out if a statement is true or false?
Well done. That's a good question.
To determine if a statement is true or false, evaluate its claims using logic, empirical evidence, and testing, which I do. I do that all the
Well
time.
done. Yes. What are the things?
Depending on the type of statement, now, this is critical too.
Right.
Depending on the type of statement, you can verify it by finding a counter example using formal proofs or cross-referencing reliable sources.
Correct.
Here's how you can systematically evaluate different types of statements. A
Right.
factual and empirical, which is not factual, nor is it empirical. He's making an
Right.
assumption based on his own reasoning. God is whatever you had said. That's
It says your God is imaginary.
so he's using imagination, and right away,
Right.
that's not a factual or empirical. It's imagination.
So the question you should be asking him is this how you've imagined my God is imaginary?
Well,
To
usually,
him, you
usually what I do, right? I'll tell you
should.
what I do. When I go there, I first need clarification, like I do with you all the time. What is this God? Can you clarify God? Because then what they're going to do is they're going to either ad hominem me, meaning they're going to use other people's religions, which already define a type of God to their religion, and they'll use this
All
to
right. Look, so
justify
they
whether
will say God is God. What's your next step?
I
That's what
ask
they
them.
would.
I say, clarify this God word that you have. Let's say I don't have any belief. I don't have anything with all of
Yeah.
it, right? I understand the way
Okay.
you've done things. To me, I do the same thing. So I need, because I know what my God, I know the linguistic word God. I know Elohim meaning, Adonai meaning, Yahweh meaning. I understand it because Moses is the first to even give us an identifying alphabet to get an observation of understanding from. And if you
Yeah, but
deduce,
that is if your opponent has similar belief to you, he will or she
right,
will
well,
accept what you say.
and they don't. Most of them don't. Only a scholar is going to
Exactly.
understand
So
what I'm
don't
saying.
use them then.
I know. So then I got to play stupid. I got to become stupid, though. All right. I got to go lower myself to some stupid level, which I can't. It's hard to do. Then I got to ask them, like, what do you mean by God? What's God? And then usually what they say is circular fallacy. Creator. Well, what do you mean by creator? God. Well, what's God? The creator. Creator of what? Everything. Get what I'm saying? So it becomes
Then
circular
you
with them.
say, give me an example. When he says everything, give me an example.
Well, I do that. So then they'll say, like I had this one guy on the other channel. I went to John Cohen's channel. He's a guy in England, by the way. He's a wanker. Man, this is a funny guy, John Cohen. He lives in England. He takes notes. Get this. You'll laugh at this. Here's a guy. He's a grown man. A grown man. Okay. He's got to be at least in his 30s. At least. He has a
Right.
podcast. And if somebody comes up to his podcast, he's the one challenging people, right? He's asking you, call into my channel. That's what his statement is. Call in. God's false. God's not real. So someone calls in, they challenge, they have their back and forth. He gets upset, he gets mad, he'll call him stupid, he'll call him names or whatever to antagonize the other guy. The other guy gets upset and then maybe cusses at him or calls him names back. And then he mutes you, he puts you backstage. And then what he does is he gets out his notebook and he says, oh yeah, we got to write this guy's name down. And yes, he did this, he did that, he did. I'm looking at, I'm like, what the, are you a wanker? What? You're the one asking people to call you and you're taking notes in a notebook. If after you've antagonized somebody, you're now going to write down in your notebook who these people are and what they've done. You're no one of authority because obviously you're on YouTube. You don't have any authority. But I think that in his mind, maybe he wants to be a detective or something. I don't know. But you get what I'm saying about this guy. So I went to his
Yeah,
channel.
but look, what we were trying to find out about this statement, whether it's true or false. But I found another channel for you. This guy is saying, "Is God real?" Question mark. What do you think of his?
Well, that's not even a statement or anything. That's a question. Is God real? Question
Right.
mark. That's a question. But then
Okay.
it always goes back to this for me. It will always go back to define God. Now, let's say somebody defined God like this guy did. He had a guy there named Sean with him. And Sean defined it on ad hominem in a manner. He defined it as Thor. Thor, someone like Thor has all this power and omnipotence and so on and so forth. I'm like,
Right.
okay. First of all, that's not my God. So you just define God in a different kind of religion. That's what they believe about God. You need to
No,
ask
but
me what
you
I believe
no.
about God, and I tell them 7 spirits are my God. Then they
No,
ask
one
me,
more. Well, look. The other side asked you to define God. Yes.
no, I asked them. They
Oh,
defined
you
it.
are.
They defined it for me in an ad hominem manner, meaning they're just giving me something that they assume that's what I believe is God. My God is
Right.
not Thor. My God is not
So
Jesus. My God is not what you guys are saying.
why don't
My God
you
is,
clarify to say which God? Who is God?
I do that. Because first,
Right.
when sometimes they'll ask me, are you a Christian? I say no. They'll say, are you a Muslim? I say no. I have any denomination. And then they say, well, you believe in a God? I say, yes, I believe in a God. But they don't ask me. Then they ask me, okay, what God do you believe in? And then I say,
Pertains to me. You should be saying, I believe in a God which pertains to me.
I do say that. I say, my
Okay. Right.
God that I understand as God, I tell them is 7 spirits.
Right. What do they
Then,
say?
what is spirit? Then they want to know what is spirit, right?
Right. Well, because you have to explain. You have
Yes.
said, my God is this. Therefore, you have to convince them.
Right. So then the question becomes next, spirit. What is a spirit? So we've
What
got
is it?
we've got two understandings of spirit. We've got in the Greek phantasma, which is spooky spirit, like a ghost from the dead, right?
Right.
Phantasma. Then we got another one that is pneuma, which has a greater meaning or understanding, but they can't grasp it. So
So
when I
the
tell
first, one moment, the first one is a scary, imaginary, sort of
ghost,
made up,
well, no, I wouldn't say it's made up.
fearful image.
It's subjective.
Yeah.
Now you say some people might say I saw a ghost last night, but that's a phantasma ghost, somebody that has died, come back from the dead as a ghost. That's called in the Greek phantasma. But the Greek for the word spirit in that sense, when they're talking about spirit realm of God or religious connotation, Greeks didn't even have a word back then for it. The Hebrew had the word roch, which described it not as a spirit of a ghost. Roch was more spiritual in a sense. The Greeks didn't even have a word yet called pneuma. They only had the word phantasma. So they had to create a word that would match the Hebrew roch. So now they wrote pneuma, and a lot of people don't know that. They think the Greeks have always said pneuma. No, they didn't. It was always in their vocabulary as phantasma. Even if you look it up today and say, how do you say spirit in Greek? Google will come back phantasma. So then you have to clarify to Google more in the spiritual sense, then it will bring up the word pneuma next. So a lot of people don't know, well, in the Greek, what is pneuma? So then I tried to explain to them, it's something that is not tangible. Spirit is something not tangible. So in my understanding, wisdom is not something you can grasp. You can't give it a hug. It's a non-tangible thing. That's why it's the spirit of wisdom, spirit of knowledge, spirit of understanding, spirit of counsel. These are things that are non-tangible. They have no physical realm to them. They can be in the physical realm, but they themselves are not physical. So this is why I tried to teach them, this is spirit, pneuma, roch. Just like life. What is life? Consciousness? Well, what's consciousness? Consciousness is something that's not tangible. It's spirit realm. And we still don't understand consciousness to this day. We don't know what consciousness really is because it's not tangible. We can't observe it yet, right? It's non-observable yet. The only way we can observe consciousness is how, because you're alive and you're speaking, you're talking. So we say that
Mr.
that thing is
Captain,
conscious.
might I suggest something for you to clarify nicely to them next time? If you say to your mobile phone, what is spirit? See what comes up. Let's have a look.
Okay. What is spirit? Spirit generally refers to the non-physical, well, that's like I said, an animating essence of a person or a being, such as a soul, but that's wrong. So you see, this is where we got to clarify this. Is sometimes
Right.
these definitions aren't even
I
true.
have here says spirit is the full multiplicated term that generally refers to the non-physical, vital essence of a person or being. Depending on the context, the
Right.
word is used philosophy, religion,
It could also
everyday
be
language, and even chemistry. So you need to
alcohol.
ask them,
Yeah, even
you
alcohol.
want it in philosophical sense or religion sense, or
Well,
everyday language and psychology,
mhm.
which
I'm
one,
aware.
which,
I'm aware of
right,
what you're saying. I'm very aware of that because even alcohol is called spirits, right? Alcohol,
correct.
spirit, drinking spirit. I'm aware of what you're saying. So usually I understand their question. They're seeking God, so obviously it's going to be in the supernatural soul attribute of that. So here the definition for that is a soul or essence, which is wrong. Soul is, by the way, work. Um, that immaterial, intelligent, or vital principle that gives life to a living being or lives on after death. Spirit. Okay. Wisdom lives on after death. After someone dies, let's say Einstein died, but all the wisdom that he had, it's still available for us today. So
That's correct.
that's a form of a spirit of wisdom, spirit of knowledge. All these things are throughout history, throughout time. Anything that man has done or created as a truth of empiricalness stays retained within each generation. And we live based off that from the experience of what came before us. So when I tell them our 7 spirits, that's God, and that's what's defined as God, for some reason I don't get why they can't fathom it. They don't understand it. It's weird. Then they throw me out. That's it. That's the end of the conversation. I will have to say Justin at least wrote the 7 down. Like, he wanted to know what the 7 were. He said he wrote it down. I don't know what he really did. Then after
Yes,
that,
but
then
I think they would ask you, how did you come with that 7? Where did you bring that from? Is it you have experienced it, or you found it from where?
I've experienced it, and I've read it, and I have observed it in others.
Right.
I've had 3 evidences that wisdom itself exists. Let's say I've experienced knowledge and education about something that is empirically true. That's me. I've seen it in others, like they have, if I observe a teacher doing a math problem and it's correct, and that's wisdom and knowledge, I observe that within them. And I can observe in nature things that are happening for, oxygen, for instance. You have to have oxygen. That's a truth. That's a knowledge. That's a wisdom that's retained, even though you can't see it.
Are you saying these things in order to connect to the first question, what God is, or
Well,
imaginary God,
Well, remember,
or
yeah, let's go back to that, because remember, he says your God is imagination. So when I say our 7 spirits, and this is what I even asked them gentlemen, I said, because he mocked me, he said, he's giving a fantasy land, because I named off the 7. He said I was naming off fantasy land characters. So I asked him, I said, sir, I was trying to be serious. I said, sir, and you can watch the video, I'm very nice to him. I said, sir, don't assume, I asked him, is wisdom a fantasy? Is wisdom real? And he said, yes.
that's a
I
good
said, is
question.
knowledge real? He said, yes. I said, then don't accuse me of creating a God of fantasy. I told you the 7 spirits are my God. And you're claiming that I'm using fantasy land? No, you just said, is God imagination? In the same sense, like what you just said, the guy's asking, your God is imagination. Is my God an imagination to me? Is wisdom real? Knowledge real? Is life, is it observable? Is all these things repeatable? I mean, what is the 4? Let's see. Let me look this up real quick. I know them, but they're on tip. What is the 4 evidences that you know or need in science?
Science relies on 4 key elements for valid
Replicable,
These include
testable,
which is objective and measurable. Replicability, ensuring consistent results. Testability, meaning claims can be proven wrong. And peer review, where experts check for errors.
So all 4 of these scientific methods of stuff for my 7 spirits, any scientist, any academic person, anyone would say that these are not imagination. They exist. And if that is my God, and they ask me, well, why is that your God? Then I could say, I experience it. I see others doing it. In fact, you're doing it yourself when you agree with me that these things are real. But the key element here is when I read what Moses wrote, he said that God is 7 spirits. So the ancients knew it, but it got lost through history where they've created a man in the sky with a beard that throws down lightning bolts. But that's not what the book said, ever. all the books have always said that God is seven spirits. So I don't know where everybody else has got their ideology of God, probably from artwork, like when you go to museums, you see angels standing with wings and all this other nonsense that's been created. And then later on, doctrines get created around artwork. Artwork is a big influence in society. So something,
All right, let me ask you this. Is wisdom motion or action?
I'd say it's neither.
But what are they? Wisdom is motion or action?
Remember, we said that once you had wisdom, it was retainability.
All right, wait. We need to define what motion is and action. Do you know?
Yeah. I know. I understand what you're saying, but wisdom exists, and in order for you to observe wisdom, there can be motion and action for you to say, oh, that was wise or that was stupid. But in order for you to say something's wise or stupid, you would have to have motion or action. But the motion or action is not necessarily what is the wisdom. See what I'm saying? So we'd have to look at what would wisdom be? Wisdom is the retainability. You said that wisdom was something that we finally, in the fifth one, wisdom, we retained it now. It's become a criterion. So a criterion is what? Let's register. Okay, so let's go. Criterion meaning. So criterion is a standard rule, a test used to judge, evaluate, or make a decision about something. That's what wisdom does. Wisdom is a standard, logical, reasonable rule, like the standard of law, the standard of science, the standard. So wisdom is a standard that governs life, knowledge, and understanding and counsel.
So wisdom is action.
How is it action, though? Because in order for someone could be wise and you would never know.
Because it involves doing work, making choices, judgment.
But we could put, we're looking at this, you could have a standard rule, but if nobody's applying themselves to the standard, it was, let's say you just have a book sitting on a shelf full of wisdom, but nobody reads it, it's not actionable. It's just sitting there. So it's
because it's not been processed. It has to be processed.
Let's look at it more on the flesh level. Let's take it as a flesh level. I would say wisdom is more like a governor. A governor just sits on the chair, for instance. The governor does not do any action until something comes in front of him that needs addressed. Then the governor can react in its criterion of what it needs to do. So it's like wisdom is a governing spirit, and I guess you could say it becomes actionable. Is that right? We could say then that wisdom becomes actionable when
you are in a situation to make judgment.
Well, when a stimulus is put into the environment. Because if there's no stimuli to the environment that is governed, let's say it's peaceful, there's governed in its peace, so the book is remaining on the shelf, no need to look at it. Then something happens, stimuli is affected into the environment. Now we got to grab the book to see what is the criterion to address that.
Wisdom, 24 hours, is in work for your betterment.
When is
to
wisdom
improve
action?
Your well-being?
That's this. When is wisdom?
Becomes action when you practically apply knowledge, discernment, and experience. It's about using facts to make the best decision, which which goes beyond just gathering information.
That was critical, what you just said, which makes sense what I just said. Wisdom becomes action. It's not action.
Yeah.
It becomes action when knowledge, discernment, and experience are practically applied to a situation. But you don't need to apply any of that unless a stimulus is introduced into the environment that's causing illogical knowledge, illogical discernment, or irrational practicalities. Then you have to go get wisdom, who's the governor, and say, hey, Mr. Governor, these clowns are acting up. Then they may go get the police or whatever other authority that's under governing.
Decision making, yes.
The decision making, right. So wisdom by itself is not an action until it's needed. Then it becomes action. So we could say it's what is like a wheel? What is a wheel if you don't pedal it? It's in a state of static. No, what do you call that?
Without knowledge, you cannot make decision. Do you agree?
Yes, without knowledge, you can't make any decision. Well, you can make decisions, but your decisions would not be, sometimes maybe not be practical.
And that decision making is called wisdom.
Well, we have understanding first. So with understanding, we know that our knowledge
that is knowledge. That's right. Yeah. Understanding the facts.
That's why I'm saying wisdom is up higher. It's like on a higher throne. And then beneath the wisdom is the understanding, and then the knowledge, and then the counsel. So we have this. Remember what Jesus said to that centurion? The centurion that came to him, he asked him, he's like, Lord, my servant's sick. And he's like, well, what do you want me to do? And he's like, well, I'm unworthy for you to come to my house. And then he said, I'm a sinner. I have men under me, and I have someone over me. And Jesus replied to him, he said the same thing. He said, oh, that's like the kingdom of heaven, where there are these different powers and authorities and principalities where one thing is over another. So I see wisdom being over, like, to me, they're seraphim. That's the original word they use, is seraphim. So this seraphim of wisdom is over the seraphim of knowledge, over the seraphim. Whenever knowledge is disrupted, it needs to go get the other seraphim, and then ultimately they go to wisdom itself to get the guidance for an action to be taken. Because it still says that wisdom becomes action. Well, what is wisdom before it becomes action? Let's look at that. Let's answer that. What is wisdom before it becomes action?
Before wisdom leads to action, it's discernment, understanding, and integrating knowledge with experience. It's also about evaluating.
That's not the question. That's not the good answer. See, AI is not very intelligent sometimes. They said discernment. Wisdom without action is just discernment. Discernment is action. They don't make sense. You
information, knowledge, data, theories, and
it's a criterion. It's like a book sitting on a shelf until you need it. You don't need to apply it yet. You go, if I need help in math, then I go get mathematics for dummies. Then I grab the book from the shelf, and that's the wisdom. It's all there. But alone, it just says.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't know what do you call a wheel that doesn't move until you move it? What is it? If the wheel moves, it can move. What do you call it when it's not moving? What is that word? That's what wisdom is. What do you call a wheel that can move, but it's in a state of not moving?
Metaphor of a will. It directs assets into a living trust.
Wait a minute. No, that's a will. Oh, what do you call a will? I need to write will for it. It wrote W-I-L-L instead of W-H-E-L-A-I. So stupid. That's the abyss that I was talking about earlier. The abyss, the angel that comes down that opens the bottomless pit, the abyss. The abyss is all human knowledge and wisdom and understanding and all that. But if AI doesn't have a proper criterion, it can start taking the wickedness of what men do, and that becomes its criterion, and then the whole world becomes corrupted over this AI. So something needs to govern the AI. I actually was writing a thesis on this, that we needed a sentinel in place in case AIs get out of hand or lost in their programming, where they start repeating and glitching and everything else, that we can connect AI into a sentinel where it can realign itself back into its original design. Because if we don't do that, chaos, Skynet, like Terminator is going to happen. So what do we call, now we know that a constant will moving is called a perpetual will. That's called a perpetual will. But what is a will that can move but is in a state of not moving? That would be called an immobilized will, or a will under static friction. Like I said earlier, right? I was right, static. So it's, the wisdom is static until it's called upon.
But will, when you're asking what will is that in a religious aspect?
No, in an aspect of
psychology or?
No, WHEEL, like a bicycle, a wheel. Will has motion.
Oh, that will.
Remember, because you said wisdom is motion, then I wanted to look at.
I thought you were talking WILL.
Yeah, that's what they thought. AI thought too, and they gave me a definition for a different kind of will, so I had to type in WHEEL.
Oh, so you're talking about, okay.
So wisdom is like, if because a will can become actionable.
So it's cause and effect. I now understand you. I thought you were talking about will.
No, not.
But when you say that, now cause and effect.
Right.
So a wheel would not go around until or unless something happened.
Yes.
So what's that something? Tell us.
Well, what it's called, so wisdom is static friction. It's in the state of static. If something happens, a stimuli enters in, then we have to go start pedaling the wheel or grab the book off the shelf, and then we have action now becomes, because
that's
right.
You
know what I'm saying? So the wisdom
cause and effect.
So spirit then.
Cause and
so
effect.
When we were designing, we said, what is spirit? They wanted to, if they were to ask me, define spirit then. And that's what we were trying to come up with, how I could define spirit for them. It's a static.
You can say, do you wish to know it in motion or action? Or in wisdom? Or now we talked about.
Well, it could be motion, static, or what was the other one you said? Action. So in the spirit realm, do you want static spirit, motional spirit, or actionable spirit? Which one? There we have it. We've just defined it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or if they become funny, you just tell them, okay, you define what the spirit is. How would they define, just for out of interest?
They would say that falls on me. I have to present that to them. They don't have to. They would say it to me because I'm the one making the claim about what my God is.
Usually, if you ask people, how do they define spirit? How would they do it?
Most people would define spirit in an illogical manner of, like how they say the word faith.
Okay, give me an example.
So somebody will say to you, do you believe in God? And they say, yes. And I say, why? And they would say, because I have faith in him. And I'd say, what is faith? And then they would say, faith is something that we can't explain or we don't have evidence for. And that's why I have faith in the unexplainable. And then I tell them, but faith actually has evidence, which I went over this before. I made a video about it. Faith is evidence. Faith is not blindly. If someone had blind faith, the blind leading the blind, you'd both fall in a ditch. Faith is something that is evidence, and that's why you believe in it and have faith in it. I have faith in a parachute.
Okay, but give me an example of what you're saying. I think you could be saying
a
the
parachute.
fact.
I can have faith in a parachute.
Right. What does that mean? Explain
It means that a parachute is supposed to open when I jump out of an airplane that will glide me to the ground safely. If I strap it on myself, do I have faith in the parachute? I hope so.
That would open? Or not?
Yes, that would open.
So no. Then that I think it's called hope. You would hope.
No, because hope is something that is not explainable. That's hope.
Okay, before they throw you out of the airplane, what do you know, if they ask you this question, are you hoping the parachute to be opened up? Or
no, because
do you have faith?
I have faith it's going to open up because that's the function, the mechanics of the parachute.
That's a very good answer. Based on what you have
the mechanics, the mechanics of the way a parachute works. I pull the string, it's supposed to open. I have faith that this mechanics works.
So is that how many times you've done that? 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, a lady.
I cannot confirm or deny that statement. I don't want to say more. Let's just say.
No, just an example. So you must have done 3 times more.
Let's say I've done it 5 times, and 5 times it's opened up, and I've glided to the ground safely.
We need to analyze this mathematically. It's called probability or possibility. So, what are the probability for this time that would open up, or what are the possibility that this time will not open?
What is the probability of a parachute not opening? It says 1 in 1,000 jumps.
Right. So you have done 5 times, right?
Right. Let's just assume 5 times. So I only got 995 times left before it won't open.
Okay. Well, so it's highly probable that it will open. Yes.
I have faith that
No, please. It's very important.
Yes.
You know the answer. Please. What you just read, is it in 1 person or 1,000 people?
Well, the reason I've read this is because according to the United States Parachute Association, because remember, there's multiple jumps by lots throughout time, right?
I understand. I want to know how many people they've done this experiment so that they've come to that conclusion. 1 person, 1,000 times.
I'll read it. We'll read it. Ready? Because malfunction happens, every sport skydiver is equipped with a reservoir backup parachute, by the way. We also have backup, you know what I'm saying? So now the chances.
So you hope your backup will open up.
The chances, now this is critical right here. The chances of both the main and the reserve parachute failing at the same time are astronomically low, estimated at around 1 in 1 million. So just for everyone to see, 1 in 1 million. So I've got 995,000.
Right. Therefore, you would say, I hope mine will open. You would never say, I have faith. Because
I have faith in the parachute. I have hope it opens. That's different. Opening is the hope, but the faith is in the chute and the reserve.
Okay.
So there's an evidence of why I have faith in the chute, right? Like I don't have hope in the chute. I have faith the way the mechanics are. Like if I'm driving a car, there's a way the car functions, and I know how it functions the way it's designed and supposed to. I have faith that my brakes are working. That's a faith.
Because you have evidence.
Yes, evidence is faith. Hope is
So that if you have evidence, that means fact.
Right. That's
fact.
Yes, and that's why I tell people when they say, why do you believe
So
in God and explain?
Faith is without proof, without
No,
fact,
faith is
without evidence.
is with evidence. Hope is without. Because you can hope the parachute opens.
Why?
I have faith in the chute. I know it's going to open. I have faith in the mechanics of it.
So try to ask your mobile again. What is faith?
The mobiles, they're going to give me the Christian definition, which is illogical.
All right.
I don't have
non-Christian. Say non-religious.
Tell me this.
Ask for non-religious faith.
Tell me this, and this will clarify the difference between, so you can understand it. If there is a bunch of glass or a fire pit, a long walk fire pit, and someone comes to you, you have the option to walk across it barefoot, or you could put on some tennis shoes and walk across it. Which one would you choose to do, and why?
The second one.
Because we have faith in the understanding of the mechanism of a shoe.
No, it's not faith.
It is.
Because I use what you call it wisdom.
Yes, wisdom.
From the information that you gave
you need
me.
Evidence. What's the evidence that shoes are better than bare feet? What's the evidence?
Because of the experience.
So now you have faith that the shoes are the better choice making than bare feet. Because you have wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You can make a better discernment using the wisdom.
Experience, it becomes fact. You know, the shoes will prevent, hopefully will prevent slower.
Because of the experience, we call that the first spirit, the spirit of life. Life is the experience. Without life, you can't experience knowledge, counsel, wisdom, or anything. Life is number one. That's the first thing you get. So
So do you mean I have to be living in order to experience that? Yeah.
In order to have any experience.
If I was dead,
the dead know nothing.
What would a dead person experience?
The dead know nothing. The dead know nothing.
No. What would they experience? That person?
Said nothing. Nothing.
All right. So wouldn't they experience spirit?
No, because spirit is what. Spirit is what. I'll explain.
What happens when you die? When people die, what happens? What is your view on that?
Just let me explain something. If spirit gives life, we know what life is, and we know what death is. If there's death, is there any spirit there? Because if there was spirit there, then you'd have life.
I'm asking you.
So my take on
my
take on death is well, we have science take on it, which is a non-functional brain is clinically dead. But let's take it a little bit further with the connotation of spirituality. If there is death, there is nothingness. That means there's not even spirit there. And if there's not spirit there, there is no experience, because the only way you can get any experience is life. And if spirit that gets...
During life, yeah?
No, because spirit doesn't need flesh to exist. Flesh needs spirit to exist. Spirit doesn't need flesh. So with death, when we're just looking at the death of flesh, it's nothing. And there is no experience because there's no spirit that can give it understanding counsel or any of these. There's no life to it.
So what happens then? I die, and then what? What do I experience? For example, look, a child, as you say, comes out of the mother's womb, starts to experience, as you say,
Immediately.
life. You know,
Yes,
yes.
immediately. You just don't, you forget,
So,
you know, you have to come out of a little opening. So I imagine that's probably why a baby is crying.
right. So now I die. What do I experience?
Okay,
You see,
let's go back to,
everyone
let's go back
talks
to this.
about
Let's,
life, but not so many people can talk about
well, let's talk about
all
that. Let's go to this.
life.
Before you were a baby, what were you experiencing?
I don't know. Maybe I was an apple. Maybe I was on a piece of meat. Maybe I
Well,
was a pear
you
or potato.
no. Critical thinking here. Before you were a baby, what were you? You were not an apple before you were a baby. Use your critical thinking.
Yeah, before baby means born. Yes.
No, there is something in existence before the baby.
Are you talking about during pregnancy?
Before pregnancy. Is it?
So before pregnancy,
No,
non-existent.
you still exist.
Is that
No,
what
you
you
existed
say?
still, just not as a baby.
What was
Sperm
I?
and an egg. Sperm
What
and
was
an egg.
I?
Now you see.
Before.
Critical thinking.
What, that's right. Very good. So what was I before egg and sperm?
I've never gone that deep because I can't even. I can't.
Yes, that's
Because
why.
first, I can't even. I'm still studying the sperm and egg identifying things. That's where I'm at right now. I've skipped the child. I understand that, but what was I before the child? I was a sperm and an egg. Now I've got to go and gather that data. Like, okay, what is that? What was I then? How do you do that? How do you gather that? That's the level of the stupidity of the way my brain works, that I go into that depth.
No, that's actually a very good thinking pattern, because now you can relate that to death.
Right, because death then, but here's death. Death of what? Death is a death of the vessel, not the soul. So we have a soul, which is the work. That's supposed to get judged. Does the soul, that is the work, does it remain in the living? I say yes, because an example, Einstein's wisdom still remains in the living. That's his work. His work still remains in the living. However, his flesh is gone. Can we judge Albert Einstein's work in the living? Can we critique it? Can we observe it? Can we test it? Even though he's not here, can we make a judgment on his work? Yes. So I believe the soul, that's part of us, still remains with the living, but on a different, like a sperm and an egg. So the body is gone, but the experience is left to be judged, critiqued, so on and so forth by peers. So then this has no life if other life does not use it as function. So Einstein's theories have no meaning in life if that which is not alive is not using it as function. That makes sense? Otherwise, it's nothingness. It's still here, but it's like wisdom sitting there on a bookshelf until you grab it to use it. It's static. See? So now, what about the body? Well, the body, it says, is dust and ashes, and we know that dust and ash, it is made of carbon, right? Carbon molecules, which when we look at the carbon molecule, I believe, I don't know for sure, I'm not like a neurologist physicist, but I believe that it has no nucleus, like the energy that is in an atom, that it still has a spark of life to it, the nucleus. I don't believe that dust has, on the atomic level, any energy into it. I think it's absolute death. It's energyless. If you follow me, I can't be for sure. I'd have to go and find out from a nuclear engineer, nuclear scientist to find out about the atomic level.
So this is the point that I think is best to engage your mind with death and onwards, you see, or beyond. There's no point live and so on because everybody is talking about presence.
Well, for me, like I say, though, my physical God in the presence is 7 spirits, and there is no one who can defeat me on that. That is in our religious books, and that is actually what we use in life.
What about
that's why
death?
I just want to say that's why I'm empirically the king of debates when it comes to spirituality, because no atheist, no one can defeat this.
What about if you just right now drop dead? What becomes of you? Even though you are the most knowledgeable, most wealthy, most educated on this
it goes
planet.
back to what did I produce as fruit in the world? If it was good fruit, can others eat from it? Can others partake from it? Like Jesus, he produced good fruit, and he says, eat of my body, drink of my blood, allegorically, meaning do as I have done, love one another as I have loved you, in that simple manner. Even though his vessel is gone and the spirit is gone, the work remains, and we can take from his work and animate it back into life by life itself. So what would happen to me if I drop dead? It doesn't matter how much money I have, how big my house is, or how long I lived, or any of that. The only thing that matters, that can be judged, that will be judged, is my work. And if you did not produce good work or fruit, nobody's going to eat from it. Nobody's going to use it.
So what
you
you saying, what you saying, life is for one generation, but a good name forever.
Yes. Yeah, basically.
Oh well, that's good thinking.
Basically, I would not even say a good name, because sometimes names can be forgotten, but we can remember the work that this forgotten name did.
Yeah. For example, Alexander Graham Bell,
right?
Who invented the telephone, wasn't it?
And other things, yes.
Electricity, Edison.
What is the name? What is the name of the man who invented the wheel?
Oh, that wheel, not W-I-L.
Yeah, the other wheel, the circular wheel. Who's that name?
Oh,
see,
I don't know.
That's critical, because see, it doesn't mean that you need a good name. It means the work is what retains. So we don't even know the name of the man who invented the wheel. But the wheel is still here, and his idea, we're all eating from it still, even though nobody can truly say his name. So it doesn't mean a good name is good, but it's not the key thing is the fruit. The fruit is the key thing. The name is secondary. Let's say the name is secondary. If you want to tie something to the work to a name, that's why Jesus' work is tied to his name, and I believe that's why they say in the scriptures, through his name, all who call upon his name, or whatever how they say it, is saved in a manner. But it's really not his name; it's his work that's more important.
I understand your point. Let me ask you this: Do you sin? Do you do bad things? For example,
yes,
you
I'm
do.
a man. I'm like anyone else. You're a liar if you say you don't.
No, that's correct. You do this despite of the knowledge of your God. Am I correct so far?
I struggle. Israel,
No, you do
despite
this
of the knowledge of my God.
despite.
Yes, yes, yes. And I have
Yes.
fear,
All right.
and I have
Thanks.
fear because I don't know. Because remember what he said. He said, "Those that
Okay.
have been."
Let me ask you this. No,
Well,
that's
let me
very
finish it
good.
so they can hear it. He said, "Those that," because you and I understand it. We're on that mental, but those that they can't read our minds. So Jesus said that those that. Now you made me lost track. I was wanting to share it because telepathically, you can understand something I can understand, but
Yes.
now we've lost the crowd because they're like, "Oh, what was you going to say?"
All right. Let me bring you to that. So, if you see the presence of the God that you believe, will you do those sins or bad things still?
I have seen his presence, and I still do those damn things because he said this. Remember what I told you?
No, I'm talking about
Yes,
seeing, genuinely
yes, that's what I'm
there.
telling you.
Like,
This is what I'm telling you. I can
okay,
genuinely know God. I do genuinely know God.
right. One minute. Knowing based on what? Your five sensories
Seven,
or your
seven,
experience? So, seven spirit,
seven
all
spirits
that.
could also be seven senses in a manner as well, not just four.
Okay, I'm asking the
But wait a minute.
presence. God is there. You can see it all. I can see you. Everybody
Yes,
can
yes, yes,
see.
yes. Now, in the presence, would I sin in his presence as physical reality of flesh appearing as the Son of Man, knowing that the Son of God is in him? And let's say at that moment, no. But I imagine that as we got to know each other, and then he would go and let's say go grocery shopping, and then I was left by my own, mannerism. Could I backslide? Possibly. Um, you don't do bad activity in front of your own parents because of a fear that, in that manner. So I'm just trying to give you an understanding of something. So what I'm saying is this is even though I know him, the reason I still sin is because he has not wiped out that which is in all knowing, all the things. Remember, he said he'll create new where there is no sin no more. There is no weeping. There is no tears. We're not in the Omega yet. We're still in this creation where the struggle is real, and those entity spirits that cause the struggle are still here. He has not cast them away from us yet. So I can, humbly say, yes, I probably am going to backslide, but I don't like to backslide. That's why I have my repentance, so that in my backsliding, he has given me a way to show my humility that I am sorry for backsliding. Because I'm not a perfect creature in that sense. You understand? I won't be like that until the Omega. When the Omega comes, then I
So,
won't be sinning.
okay, I'll ask you again, despite of all your explanation. If the God is present, like you and I, and it's genuinely God, right? Is present. Will you still make your sins, do all bad deeds, and so
Yes,
on?
probably. I probably will. Because I,
So there is no difference whether the God exists or not. So you will still do
well,
it.
because, as a sinner, God still saved me, even though I was a sinner. He still saved me. That right there is critical. Because even though I'm a sinner, he still saved me. Get what I'm saying?
My question
But that's what you're
is,
saying. You're saying God is,
God is on the earth. Will you still make sins, do bad things,
we're
and
all
so
doing it
on?
today. Everybody's still, God is on the earth. God is here.
Forget those. I'm asking you.
And I tell you my answer. I probably would because he hasn't done away with that yet. So I'm still in the struggle. The only way I'm going to free
So it makes no difference.
it makes a difference because you're supposed to do what he did. Don't live in the darkness. You're casting it away from you. So it's a struggle. It's a constant struggle to not sin, not want it. And that's how he knows that you love him, because you want him more than darkness. I don't want to sin. I'm gonna sin, but I can't wait till the day that he crushes that serpent's head and casts it out once and for all. Then I will never have temptation to do it because I'm free. The only time I'm ever going to be free is when I die. The minute I die, then I can relax and say, in the presence of God, I will never sin again.
But you told us earlier that you don't know anything of the death. Now you telling
I'm
us.
assuming the death attribute is an
assumption.
allegorical thing I'm using. Yes, I cannot prove it. I'm assuming in the manner that when I die, I'm entering into his rest.
But when I put to you, why can't you assume that God is here, and whether you make the sins or not, you can't assume that. You see, can
Well,
you?
because the reason why is because I'm not the Son of God, nor am I the Son of Man. There's only one begotten that can do that stuff.
But do you remember you said faith is evidence? You see, you trapped
No, faith
yourself.
is
This is how you
just
should
because.
do with
Well,
those
just because you have evidence of a truth doesn't mean that you're not backsliding or you can make a mistake.
So what would make you not to sin ever again?
I will tell you this, I sin less now than I did before I knew God. Is that fair enough? Okay.
Please listen
But is
to
that
the
fair enough?
question. You
No,
trapped yourself.
but that's logical. I sin less now that I know God than when I didn't know him at all.
My question is, what must happen that you will not do make any bad thing or sin for that matter?
If the Son will keep, because that's part of the Lord's Prayer. Remember the Lord's Prayer, and lead us not into
You
temptation.
are
No,
struggling,
that's part
sir.
of the Lord's Prayer. And lead us not into temptation. So when he removes all temptation from me, if he did that in this world right now, where I could never be tempted by the devil anymore, where Iblis is bowing down to me now, then I won't sin.
Yeah.
Then I'll be called. But there's only one begotten like that. If I started claiming that I'm not a sinner, then I'm blaspheming the Son. He's the only one who can do that in this life that we have now. We're all fallen. If there was another man, man that came along who became sinless, then he too could be a savior in the sense that the Son of Man was. Get what I'm saying?
Okay. So when you baptize, right? They wash you, I think, isn't it? They wash your sins away.
No, that's false. You're right in the understanding of it, but that's not the way it's written.
No, I'm not asking written. I just want to ask you, what does that mean?
Well, it's fabrication. It's not a true thing. It's what they've said in imagination.
Okay. So how does one's sins wash away?
One's sins doesn't wash away. I'll explain it. All right. This is what it states. In the law, okay, that God gives about the repentance activity, because of course baptism is repentance. That's part of repentance. Repent and get baptized. So in the repentance aspect of the law, it states that in individual sin, you're supposed to bring a female ewe lamb. And that's, or if you're poor, then they have their regulations as poor. This is where the ideology becomes corrupted because they misunderstand what the sacrificial lamb is. The sacrificial lamb, which is for the whole community, is the male lamb. So Jesus, being a male, was not for the sins of individuals. It was for the community of creation, for the Omega in the second death, and the judgment will have no victory over you. You will pass through the judgment into the eternal paradise where you will not be judged. That's sacrificial. So to believe in that now means you've been granted grace in the next life. That's where the grace comes in. Right now, you're still under the curse of death. There's nobody here on earth who can say, Jesus died for my sins, because if that was the case, why are you dying then? Because he died 2,000 years ago, and from 2,000 years on forward, millions and billions of people in time have died and passed away, and we're still dying and passing away. So they've misunderstood the representation of what is sacrificial lamb, and then what is the sin offering.
Let me see if I've understood you. So the sinless people would not die. Is that right?
If Jesus died for your sins, or anyone else's, the people's, if that's the case, he died for our individual sins, then why am I still dying? Why am I growing old?
One moment. So you are sinless then, yes? You're sinless. If Jesus had died for your sin, yes,
If
you're sinless now.
Jesus,
Am I correct so far?
if Jesus had died for my sins, because, well, we have to look at the punishment. So death is the punishment of the sin, okay? So the sin remains, the sin was there.
Right.
Then a punishment, because sin entered the world, now judgment of death comes. So Jesus died for that judgment of your sins. Therefore, I shouldn't be dying. I shouldn't die then. If he took the punishment of my sins.
So you're sinless. Is this what you said? So sinless people will not die. Yes?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying, because what I'm saying is sins have to be in the world now. So there's no sinlessness yet. Sin is in the world. He died for those sins.
Yes.
And for anybody that is born after, if they have sins, then his death is for their sins as well.
Oh, therefore, there shouldn't be a sin, a single sin in the world if Jesus had died for the sins. Am I correct?
I guess using your analogy, there would not, if he died for everyone's sins, then yes. And the connotation of death and sin, punishment, then there would be no sin in the world, and no one would be dying.
Correct.
But
so, where things have gone wrong then?
Because he didn't die for the sins, he died for the sin of the world. So that's why I ask people, go read the Peshitta. It's the Aramaic version of the gospel. So when they translated or transliterated the Aramaic Greek text into English, they took the phrase and made it sins when it is singular, sin, always has, always will be. They've added to his word, the word of God in the sense, and now they walk around from podium saying, Jesus died for your sins, and now you have grace. But grace comes only in judgment, not now, because the judgment of death for sins is what we're under right now. I have to die. It is appointed unto every man, as it's written. It's appointed unto every man to die once for his sins. Jesus didn't die for my sins. God said every man dies for his own sin. And it even is another verse, it says that the sins of the Father are not the sins of the Son. Everyone dies for his own sin. That's the punishment that we have called death.
Right.
But the sacrificial, but the greater understanding of the sacrificial lamb is because we reject truth. That's the sin of the world. The world rejected truth.
Okay. So when I asked you if you drop dead right now, what would happen to you and your sin? Since nobody came, as you say, wash your sins away.
No. I didn't say that. I'm saying that.
No, I'm relating it to, wait a minute, I'm relating it. So since nobody has washed your sins, right? And Jesus has not died according to you for your sin, and you haven't repented, right? You died. What happens now?
Okay, now, well, we got to go into the first level because you're missing a level here. So the Son of Man showed me a way in this life to get repentance, and that is to get born again spiritually. That's why he said, when I knew God, I now sin less than when I didn't know him. When I was without God, I sinned a lot. Now I'm with God, I sin less, but I'm still a backslider because that is in the struggle. So we're still in that struggle of sin. That sin is not gone yet. It's been conquered, but where has it been conquered? In the next life. That's why it says, "Oh, death, where is your victory?" Because I believe in the resurrection. So death will have a victory here in this realm, but I'm going to get resurrected in the Omega where, "Oh, death, where is thy sting? Where is your victory now?" Because now I get grace from what he did here. If, and only if, I accepted his work that he did so I could get that salvation. But I still must repent daily and acknowledge that God is my master. Because the minute you hang on, no message. So God's still my master in that sense, and he has told me that sin is wrong. So I have to follow the guidance of the master and what he showed me and cast it
Okay,
away from me
so
and struggle with God.
why are you repeating your sins then? If your God has told you sin is
Because
bad.
I am not free of this world yet. This world,
All right. So if God comes down on the earth, will you still be making sin?
when Jesus comes back the second time,
The God itself. Forget about Son, Spirit, the God.
okay, so I don't think you're understanding what my God is yet. My God, the one that,
Look,
well,
I'm
wait.
saying the God. You know, the God above your seven spirit,
Well,
above
wait. Let me go to something
everything.
real quick. I'm going to show you something. Let me go to this real quick so I can see what this gentleman.
This is very important to
Yes,
answer,
and this is
please.
important here because this answers your question. So there's a question that he deleted it. He has one, but here's one. 5K. Is Allah a God or a creator? But he had another one that was better than that one. He said, if Allah is a creator or a God, then who created him? So that's what I liked when it was written that way, because then it tells me, I thought he understood what I had been telling him. The Son of God created me, not the Father. The Father has only one begotten. That's the Son.
No, sir. Son of God cannot
He
create
did.
you. The God, only the God,
No.
the omnipotent, the omniscient, the
Watch.
omnivorous, the
I'll show you.
omni.
I'll show you where it states that the Son of God is your creator. The
Where?
Lord,
Forget about the books. Remember, we're going by the definition that you
Correct.
produced
So
earlier
the
on.
Son of God has the Father in him. I can do nothing of myself. That which the Father counsels and gives me knowledge about, understanding about, wisdom about, is how I created you. I can't do it without the Father, but the Creator is still the Son. Just like an inventor, the inventor is still the creator, but he used whatever mechanism he needed as a father, in the sense. He got the information so he could invent or create or make.
I think, sir, with all the respect, you are in this occasion, I think, mixing
No,
things.
you gotta.
I know you're clever. Don't
That's the
do
word.
it
That's the word,
because
clever. That's the word, clever. I'm,
I
I'm very
know you
clever.
are because of, as I said, Zara and Zara B Complex. Remember
I
that
know. I know.
lady who is also
And
Christian,
trust me. And
by
trust
the
me, as
way.
before we even start this conversation, before when you join my stage, remember what I said to you? The first thing
I don't know. I think you think I'm Big Nose of London. Is that right?
I said, I know who you,
I tell
I
you,
know who
all
you
right,
are.
I tell you something.
You know, you're Andy.
I tell you
You're Andy.
something.
You said you're Andy.
Me and Zara are waiting for Big Nose to have a live stream. And you will see, I will go there in his live stream and I will talk
No,
to him. And then you will
he's
believe
not
me.
having his live stream. He's very late. I wrote in his comment section um, hours ago that he was very late. 4 hours ago, because I've been on there for 4 hours.
We have also, and Zara also has been passionately, night after night. I think what he's doing, he wants to gather. I'm just thinking because the date of his live streaming keeps
Yeah, now
changing.
he's got
You
on the
see?
21st. It was on the 19th, and now he's changed it and
Right.
keeps changing.
So you
He's playing.
see? And
He's
that's
playing.
why
He's playing
Zara.
games like he
Yeah,
always does.
yes. So, but I will go on his channel and I will talk to him just to prove to you and your audience. Some of them, I think, is accusing me of being a big
But
no.
remember,
I've spoken
but
to you
remember,
like about 3 months ago. I was trying to arrange you to meet Mr.
yes,
Daniel
but
Dennett, if you remember.
remember, I can have someone use a voice card that matches my same voice. I can bring them onto my stage, and they can have the same voice card, and it will appear as if two people are there. I'm well aware of
No, you can't do that in two. Look,
the only
okay,
way.
use your voice card and
The
talk.
only
Let's
way
see.
to prove that you and him are separate is how. What's the only way you can prove it? Yes.
How?
Only one way you can prove
How?
for him to appear on screen like me and for you to appear on
Right.
screen. Then clearly you
Yes,
see
that's what I'm
he'll
going to
never do
do.
it.
You will
He'll
see.
never.
You will see. I'm just waiting for him to come up. In fact, we have been waiting, me and
I was been waiting
Zara,
too.
my
I check
beloved.
in on him every day. I check on those every day. I see every day. I've seen all the songs
Right.
he's written about me and the artwork that he's drawn. You know, he drew me like I was
Yes.
Osama bin Laden. That was crazy.
Right. I think that is funny, actually,
Mhm.
Rara. But
It is. I like it.
I think I've lost the track. I was giving you a point. What was
Uh,
that point?
I'm always got. I always have to be the one with the savant memory. Okay, so we were discussing.
The last part, I
We were
think we.
discussing where I was trying to clarify to you that my creator is the Son of God, not the
Oh,
Father.
that's it. Okay, thank you. And I was saying that if we have agreed on the definition about God, meaning can do anything and everything without limit, right?
That's only if I agreed with your definition, to which I have already said I don't.
Okay, do you agree with my
I don't.
definition?
Listen, I said earlier I don't agree, but just for the sake of argument, I will agree with your definition that he can
Thank you.
do all things whenever he chooses, and so
All
on
right,
and so forth.
thank you. Now, thank you for the sake of that. That's
But
how
don't
it
clip.
is.
But
Because the
don't clip this and
discourse.
then say, "Oh man, he said God can do all these things." When no, I remember, because you know what I've said about it.
No, sir, I don't have channel to do these things. But look, this God, which you and I have agreed, has decided to come on the earth, right? As a God, right? Are you going to still make sins?
If I have to answer honestly, because I am in the state that I'm in, you understand the word state, the state that I'm in, I probably am going to still sin.
Yes. Right. So you are not a genuine God believer. You see, that's how you trap
No, I'm a
yourself.
genuine God believer, but my spirit
Sir,
is
whether
my.
the God
Listen to me.
exists
Listen to me.
on the earth or
Listen to me.
not, you're
Listen to me.
going.
Listen to me. My spirit is willing, but my flesh is weak. I'm in a state. I can't get out of this until I die.
Sir,
When I die, then ask
then
me this question.
then why? All right. Why do you believe in a God that the God you've invented for yourself?
No, I didn't invent this God. The reason that I would probably sin is because I'm in this state. Now, ask me this question. Are you happy that you sin?
Sir,
Ask me.
please answer the
Ask the question.
You
Ask
said
me.
you will still make sins regardless whether the
Andy,
God is on the earth or not.
Andy, is
I'm Pandy. Andy and
but is
Pandy.
there such a word called guilt and shame? Are there
Guilt and
are there
shame.
words that are called guilt and shame? Yes or no?
There are words, but it doesn't apply to
Okay,
everyone.
but wait. What is the meaning of guilt and shame?
The meaning, we can go to the dictionary if you
Yes,
want.
the meaning of, well, look at this. I'll look it up for you. The meaning of guilt or shame.
Guilt and shame are different feelings. Guilt is about feeling bad for something you did, while shame is about feeling bad about who you are.
Okay, so guilt and shame.
Self-confidence, the second one,
Yeah,
that means
bad about your own self.
lack.
Because maybe you have sinned and you're ashamed of what you've done, and now you're ashamed of your own self by what you've done. So it's confidence, and so. But I'm just saying that these things do exist. They are human emotions that do exist. They're measurable. They're repeatable. We can observe that they're real. When you ask me, sir, God is here and you keep sinning, do you not have guilt and shame for what you do? I would say, yes, because I love God and I am shameful of my own self for the sin that I have, that I am guilty of.
But
And
the God is on earth now.
And I hope
So,
he is forgiving, all forgiving. I hope he's all forgiving. So you have a wife. Your wife tells you that she just vacuumed the floor, cleaned the living room. Don't make a mess. I have friends coming over. You go in. You know the rule. You're trying not to. You're not intentionally going there to dirty it up, but you have an accident, and you accidentally spill some tea on the carpet, and she walks in right when you're dabbing it up.
That's justifiable. My wife will understand. Exactly like your God. If
yes,
your sin is something that you accidentally, or whatever reason which is justifiable to your God,
Well,
will
wait a minute.
understand it.
Wait a minute, because I actually do not believe accidents are accidents. I believe, for instance,
It's
something
planned.
not planned, but some people, like how in your eyesight you can have a blind, it's called a blind spot. Like you could have an accident.
Glaucoma. It's called
No,
glaucoma.
blind spot means you're driving down the road in your car, you look back, you don't see anybody, and then you move over, and next thing you know, there's a car there and you crash.
Oh, yeah, man.
Your
I
blind spot.
understand.
You got the blind
Yes,
spot.
yes.
So what I'm saying
Suddenly
is,
appears to you.
yeah, but it was always there. You just weren't focused, and you
Yes.
did it. So I believe that even with the even accidents, I've observed children in a manner of playing where they can say, "Oh, I accidentally spilled this," but then when you observe it, you see that they did not pay attention, and that's how the accident happened. Yes, it's an accident, but the cause is because and it could have been a blind spot, it could have been you got the shakes all of a sudden, or anything, but there's always a reasoning that the accident happens.
Right.
Right? You understand what I'm saying? I've observed this. I've actually done a thing about try to study this. So I don't believe accidents are what the definition of accident. Oh, it just happened out of the blue. No. There's always something causing something. Something stationary is still stationary. Static is static. There's always has to be something that takes place in the static in order to get the reaction to something. So your wife loves you. That's why she forgives you of your accident, which you could have avoided if you had not even gone in the room. You would have had the accident to begin with. So there's always steps, right? Like, why'd you even go in the room?
Yes,
She said,
but
don't
you
go in the
will
room.
explain that to your wife and she will understand it because it wasn't deliberate.
So now I explain to God, or I don't even need to explain to God. He already knows. Remember, he's all knowing in this understanding.
Exactly, that's right.
So I am aware of the temptations that may come. And because my flesh is weak, I may be susceptible to the accident of sin. But I also know that my spouse or my God will be
Right.
forgiving and merciful and so on and so forth. Now, when
And
will I?
therefore you will repeat them.
I don't want to repeat them. I don't want to make my wife upset. You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to make God upset. It's just, yes, he knows I'm going to repeat them because he's the one
Right.
that's leading me into temptation. It's just like how
Okay.
you
Now
test. You give
you come
students
face to face
a
to God
test.
on earth. Face to face, you come to God. Right?
Yeah, I'm
What
terrified.
say?
I
What?
have, and I'm terrified when I sin. Do you understand? I don't think people understand me. I know my state, and when I commit sin, I am terrified because I know I've messed up big time. I'm
Now
terrified because he
God
does it.
is in front of you on the earth. What are you going to say to God?
I'll be terrified. I'll say nothing. I'm terrified. I have fear of the Lord. Do you understand?
To do what?
I'm terrified of him, not that he'll harm me. I'm terrified because I know that his judgments are just. I have no excuse for my actions. There's nothing I can
Right.
say.
So
I can
what do
only,
you say? Now you're face to face. What do you say?
you mean, what have I said?
Just
I apologize.
hypothetically, you see
No,
him face to face.
I actually have this experience. I,
Right. That was in your dream or where?
I was wide awake. I was sorry. I'm sorry. I apologized. Genuinely.
Right.
You know, understand? Genuinely. I'm petrified. As a friend, even when you apologize to your friend, you hope your friend forgives you because you're not, you're not meaning to not, you don't want to be not friends anymore. You didn't mean to do this, but you hope your friend is your friend and he forgives you. And that's the same manner, but I must first humble myself before my Lord and ask for forgiveness and apologize. Now, does that mean that he is gonna do it? Does he have to? No, because I know
It's
that
up to God. It's not up to
right.
you.
Now you see why I fear? I'm afraid. Yeah, he
Right.
said, you know how hard it is to get to heaven? He said it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle than a rich man enter heaven. That's why I'm poor. I have no qualms with that. I don't cling to anything, so I make it easier for myself to go through the eye. So anything that I can do to make the burden lighter, I'm going to try that, especially
Okay, look,
if I have a lot of sin. So remember,
answer me this, please. You're face to face with God. Tell me, what would you say? Whatever you want, just say, let me see.
I told you, I apologize. I did.
I know. Now, that's a different story. Now, different time, different way.
Oh, now in a manner,
Yeah.
um,
God is on the earth and
I would,
you want to have
well,
an audience with God. They've
because
given you this
well,
permission and off you go.
well, because I know him now and I am who I am and who I've claimed to
Yeah.
be right over here. I, um, I shoot the breeze. I'm his friend. He's my friend. I say, what's up?
Yeah,
How you been doing?
okay, what would you say?
What's up? How you been doing?
I am.
Glad to
What you
see
mean?
you.
How you
What
doing?
do, it's hard to explain. It's like, what are we doing? What are we gonna do? What do you want to do? That's my state right
About
now.
what?
I'm waiting for him.
What is it to you?
We have something to do here right now. I am waiting. Do you understand? Like I'm waiting for him. And meanwhile, I have this work that I'm doing now by teaching this gospel that is the end time gospel to spread
Right.
this to
So
all the nations.
if this God tells you you've been interfering with my work, why?
Uh,
Who's giving you?
he would not say that to me because I know
Yeah.
he's the one that's doing the work.
Right.
I'm a servant. I'm his servant. Yeah, I'm not above
Yeah.
my master. I have to do what my master commands. I'm his servant. My name means that. I'm his servant.
But your question to God was, what's up? What's going on something like that, wasn't it? And
Yeah, because
what are
it's
you
like,
going to do? Or what are we going
what,
to do?
that's right. What are we going to do? Why? Because obviously, if he's going to appear, it's on. It's on. It's time. In his appearance, it's time. Everybody knows it. That's what he says. I will appear like lightning flashing from the east to the west. Everyone will see. It's time. What are we going to do? What is it? Because otherwise, when he's not
Okay.
here, everybody's just
So,
going about their daily life and nobody's thinking about
so
this. But imagine now we see him appearing.
that's okay. Now, this is for the God on the earth, right? That's how you would approach. Tell me, when you die, what are you going to ask then?
Oh, when I die, I won't be asking nothing until I'm resurrected again, and then I don't even know because that's a whole new world. All things are new then.
Right. So what
Okay.
are you going to ask?
I don't even know.
You
How
see,
could you?
sir?
How could you know what is to come if it hasn't even come? Not even the sun knows because it hasn't come yet. Remember, I
When
told
you
you in
ask,
the essence of the all-knowing, what is right now, all-knowing is now. But remember what he says. He is going to create all things new again. What does that new again mean? You don't know because it's not here. You can assume, you can project, you can make all sorts of kinds of assumptions, right? But
all right, so that's for the earthly world. Am I correct?
omega, that's the omega.
For the earthly. You said he's going to make new things.
Behold,
Yes?
he says, behold, all things are passing away, and behold,
Yes.
I make all things new. So right now,
Okay.
everything is passing away.
Right.
And that's the all-knowing. He already knows all of this. And he
Right.
knows the timeline. He knows the rights, the wrongs of everyone, the omnipotent part of it, all that is with him because
Why?
it's, but the omega, I don't even know. The sun don't even know because it
Right.
hasn't come to pass yet.
So,
But I'll tell you the minute that it does, because remember, when he makes things, he does it through someone. Through the Son, all things will be made. So the first person who's going to know what the Omega is will be the Son, because through the Son, it's all going to be made. Just like all this right now was made through the Son. He's my creator. He's my Lord. Remember what Elizabeth told Mary when she heard her voice? When Mary came in, Elizabeth heard her voice. What's immediately she says? She says, "Oh, when I heard your voice, immediately the baby leapt in my womb." That was little John. And then she says, "Who am I that the mother of my Lord and Master," Lord meaning God, Spirit, Master is rabbi, teacher, flesh. "Who am I that my Lord, the mother of my Lord and Master, comes to visit me?"
sir, this is written book, yes?
Listen, it's the
Just tell me,
it's
please. It's very important. We need to understand.
it's an
It,
experience of
yes,
logic, because I can
yes.
have that same
By, that's right. By
experience
someone.
by Elizabeth. Yes.
Right.
And I
So
can have that
you,
same,
do you
and
remember we were talking about
I,
Mr. Freak
but wait, I can
regarding
have his
his
experience.
understanding of historian? You saying the same thing?
No, listen to what I'm about to say. I know that that's true because remember what I told him? I said, you can have the book. Now you need to extrapolate out of the book the words, the understanding of it. Do you understand what Elizabeth is saying here? Do you know the meaning of what Elizabeth has just spoken? Can I extrapolate what she's experiencing and bring that into my understanding and experience and understand that same experience? Yes.
No, no, you can't.
No. So I'll give you an
Because
example. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
his experience is registered to her. Yours will be the same.
No, because he is Lord and Master over all.
Who?
All will have
I
this
thought you were talking
experience.
about Elizabeth.
This Elizabeth had this experience. She says of her experience, Lord
Yes,
and Master. He
yes.
is Lord and Master over all. So can all have the experience that Elizabeth had?
No,
Yes.
yours would be different, sir. The
It can
reason
be.
for it,
The word Lord,
your, would you like to know? It's in your brain, something.
no, the experience of the way it happened could be different, but the subject matter of the word Lord and the Lord Master
Now
remains.
you changed it, you
That
see.
doesn't, no, because that doesn't change. Lord is
You
still Lord,
said about
Master
the
is still
experience.
Master.
Now you're saying different thing.
It's not a different thing. You just did not expound on understanding
Okay,
it.
let me give you an example to understand. So you had experience with the Lord or God, yes?
Yes.
That guy, freak, in his car, he also said to us that he experienced something which he called the God.
He said
Is that
a warm feeling came over his body.
yes? So
Yes, I
he's
remember.
saying God. Is that
Yes.
the same God as yours?
Yes.
Or Elizabeth is?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
If
So,
he got
but
if he got
different
it,
kind of experience, you see?
it's not what did I just say? The experience can be different, but the subject matter of who it is still the same.
Right.
Lord is still a Lord.
Now,
Master still a master.
yes, in
However, the Lord or
name.
master in name.
In name is the same, but we don't know how your God behaves than him or the
Well,
Elizabeth is.
you should have inquired of him about the sensation. You didn't.
Yes, I
You didn't. You didn't.
hopefully another time I will be talking about his experience. I didn't want to sort of what's the word I use that
But remember this.
to disappoint
Sometimes,
him, to be honest,
well, listen.
of his
Sometimes
experience.
his experience is real. Sometimes
Yes,
when
to
you get it
him,
was,
to him.
but listen, to me, it's real too. If he had it, I believe him. Now, however, did he
Well, okay,
understand it
why
is
would you
another thing.
believe him? Why?
I have to inquire more about him because I have to test the spirit. John
Well,
chapter,
he said,
but
didn't
read
he?
this.
He was in
Read,
the car.
open
He
this book.
felt,
Open this section up. 1 John chapter 4, verse 2. What does it say? Or no, 1
I
John
don't
chapter
know
4,
these things.
1 John chapter 4, verse 1. What does it say there? No, this is critical. This is what you're doing. You'll love this. You'll love this because this is exactly what you're doing. In 1 John chapter 4, verse 1, it tells us to do this, and you're doing it. You're actually doing what John says to do. Read it, and you'll find out. Because I would do this with this man, because I want to know, is this spirit from God, or is it from something else? So inquiring and
I
listening
think
to
you
him,
need to eat some food, I think, sir.
I have food to eat you don't know nothing about. In this understanding of him, he's a good guy, because if he believes in the Son, who am I to say he's evil now? He can't be, because the spirit of knowing the
We
Son
need to know
is
his
of God.
behavior, his deed. That's how you would
No,
know.
you can't judge by that, because all men are sinners. However, if he says the same thing I say, because the spirit is of the same, if he says, yeah, I backslide, but I'm guilty, I have shame, and I wish that I didn't, but it's hard, I'm in a struggle, then I would say to him, I got the same experience. It's of the same spirit. That's of God. That's how we know. That's how you know the children. If you can't comprehend that, you haven't experienced God yet in your own subjective manner. But in the experience, I'll guarantee you, in the experience, there are going to be similar things that do take place. That's why I was waiting to see if you were going to ask, more about, okay, a warm sensation. Well, that was critical. You should have asked him, what do you mean a warm sensation came over your body? Or was it more mental and that felt to you that it was a warm sensation, but it was more of an awakening of a neurological pathway of knowledge or understanding or wisdom that opened up that felt warm to your body? Because when you
Yeah.
When the
Whether it was
neurons,
out of his mind or in his mind,
well, you know that when
what happened.
you know that when certain neurological pathways get activated, there could be warm sensations all over your body.
Yeah.
You know,
That's why we,
these things happen.
because you took over for at least 45 minutes, we didn't get that far with
Well,
him.
because I wanted clarification, because if he's saying, Jesus, I don't want the man blaspheming against the Spirit. If you blaspheme against the Spirit, you truly are not knowing yet. That's why when he gave me the explanation of his experience, I wanted him to understand more about who it was giving you the experience. Because the flesh, Jesus, is not giving you that experience. If Jesus was giving you that experience, he'd be sitting in the car with you. He's a man. If you got that
Yes.
experience, you got that experience from a spirit. So do you know the Son of God? If you deny, Jesus is God. No, Jesus is a vessel. The Son of God is a spirit. Do you not know? That's why Peter said, show us the Father. And what did Jesus reply? He said, have I not been with you this whole time that you do not know the Father? You know the Father because the Son. And if you don't know the Son, you clearly don't know the Father. Just because you know Jesus, remember they say, many will call upon my name as flesh, but they don't know the Son, nor do they know the Father. If you know the Son as spirit, then you also will know the Father as spirit. The flesh is meaningless. It's the spirit that gives it life. So to worship flesh or to claim fleshly attributes, you're blaspheming against the spirits, which are the ones with the power and the glory. Jesus obviously didn't have the same kind of power as the Father or the Son, because Roman men took another man and put him on a cross.
Right.
And why? Because he had to submit to what the Spirit was doing. But he had no control of the outcome. Even if Jesus would have tried to run away, the Roman soldiers still would have grabbed him up, because the spirits that were controlling all of it was the work of God. You can't escape the spirit world. The flesh is meaningless in it. The spirit is what's giving it life, animating all of the works and deeds of it. So they still would have got him and grabbed him and put him on a cross. Jesus had no say-so in that. That's why he sweat blood, scared to death of his life. There's nothing he could do to escape it. It's like a soldier in the battlefield when you know you're going to die. There's nothing you can do. You're dying. Meet your maker. It's time. You can't do anything. Maybe you get saved, and maybe a big flyby bomb system comes and annihilates the enemy that's closing in on you. You have hope that might happen. But if it don't, what are you going to do? When the enemy is now, you've dug you a hole, and now you look up and you're surrounded by men with rifles that you know are going to shoot you. Spirit gives life, flesh is meaningless. And that's why Jesus was terrified when the hour came. That's why he kept saying, Father. Now he's calling as a man, not the Son. The Son's not the one doing this praying. The man is calling out, oh, if it's possible, let this cup pass before me. I don't want to die. Spirit don't die. He's the one dying. I don't want to die. He's praying, please, no. There's nothing he can do.
No.
That's why he's the only begotten. No one. That's why the Son of Man is the Son of Man. There's no one like him. The Son of God is the Son of God. There's no one like him. And the only Father, there's no one like him. In that understanding, you can become, as they are, a son of God, where you will give up your own ways and you will struggle and try not to sin so much. For some people, that's a big struggle, but they have to try. They're crucifying themselves, like in the manner, carry your own cross, like Jesus
I
carried
must say, sir, that ever since I came to your channel, none of those guys came here. Why? That's very strange.
No one does. No one does. They can't. No one can debate me on
Yeah,
this
but
because it's.
we asked them to come. We asked them to come and talk
I
to us, you know?
yeah. I sat there in the comment section. He was in my comment section. Yes, everything's there because they know they can't. I'm not trying to be boastful, but these guys know they can't defeat me, and they're chasing after money. I told you this already. It's the game. You're not gonna expose yourself and lose money. That'd be foolish.
Yeah, your friend is still there saying that your God is imaginary.
Which one? Not my friend.
He's,
Let me go to it real
what's
quick.
the name? Justin or something.
Let me see real quick. All I see is Gozy.
I'm talking about on his channel.
And
That
then we see this
man.
guy, and then we see this guy's
He,
last comment where he's talking about drugs. You see what I'm saying?
who is that?
Let's go. Very last comment. It says something Darish or whatever. Yeah, this is the stupidity of people. Right now, they're accusing other people as doing drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Are you on your own channel or the other guys?
no, I'm on my own channel.
Where is that thing?
Captain Skeleton Man is the last comment that I see here, asking me how much of something have I smoked. His name is Steiny. Get me a
I
Danish.
don't see that.
It's right after
Maybe it's
those.
way, way above.
Oh, you might be on the delay for it. I get it faster. You might be on the delay for it.
Right.
But you should be able to see on the screen if you're watching it live because you're on my live.
Yeah,
You should be
but
able to.
I can't see through in line.
Oh, probably
If
because let's see. Let's hold it like
different color you have, yeah, that's better. If you hold
maybe do it
like
like that.
that,
See the last
yeah.
last comment by that guy. How much meth do you need to smoke? You see, and it's
Oh, that's in live stream comment, isn't it?
yeah, live stream. That's why I post these
Oh,
so
I
that
see. Let me see.
that's why I keep my live stream posts up.
How
That gives me
does in
evidence of what
your
people are doing.
Oh,
You see, and I don't do drugs. I'm actually against it, and I teach people not to do it. But these are buffoons, charlatans, liars. They hate that I destroy their follower. You know, they follow somebody, and then when you prove that their leader is corrupted and wrong, then all their followers get mad. Nothing new under the sun. They've been doing it since the beginning of time. John came fasting and praying. They said he had a devil. Jesus came drinking and friends with publicans and sinners, and they said he had a devil. So which is it? Do I fast and pray or do I eat and drink? Regardless, they're going to say I have a devil. There's no way around it. Wisdom will justify her children. That's what it says. Wisdom will justify her children. Wisdom. Remember what we went over? Wisdom will justify. These guys got no wisdom. So
no.
in the end, they will be the ones that will, be foolish. I'll get the last laugh. I don't care. I'm not in a competition with these people. I don't care about these people. Do you really think they pay my bills? Do you think they buy me my food? What do you think I
No.
really? Do you think I really care about what these people are saying? I don't give 2 cents about it. Or well, what the Brits would say, I don't give 2 pence. Is that what 2 pence about it? Or
Something like that.
like I said, my life is completely different outside of YouTube. Completely different. I got animals to take care of, farm to take care of. You get what I'm saying? I got
Oh, okay.
more things to do than on YouTube. Today is my off day. It's a rest day. I just went to physical therapy yesterday. So I'm not
All
going to,
right.
I'm not doing any strenuous work today to rest, get my shoulder rested up from all the exercise I did on it. So I went live and held my live stream, and I'm just having lunch, eating. That's why I have all this stuff here sitting right next to me that I can have, because I was just going to go live.
That's very interesting.
I did intend to teach about the abyss and the angel of the abyss and all that. I started to, but then people came up, so it changed the direction of my channel. But then again, I really had no direction. You know what I mean? If I have a direction to the channel, I don't do a live stream. I actually make the video and then upload the video when it's a direct thing. So that way I don't have any outside things that interrupt the teaching. But here I'm just going with the flow,
Yeah.
But it doesn't affect me. I don't let none of this affect me like you. You'll let this stuff affect you, and I try to teach you, don't let this stuff affect. These people are idiots. YouTube is a stupid thing to begin with. It's for children. You understand what I'm saying? It's for children.
Yeah.
You don't really get education on YouTube. You can if there's a person on it that's educated, but most of the times they're all looking for money, liars, thieves, shaking their booties, shaking their whatevers, doing
It's a
whatever.
profession, isn't it?
Yeah.
To earn your living.
And then they asked me one day, this is what they asked me, which I thought was insane. They said, show us, how come you don't have no books? They're like asking me about books. They don't have no books back there. And it's like, where I live, I can walk outside and I have this great big huge library that contains more books than they can have in their house.
Right.
So why? I mean, logic and reasoning. Hello? You think that someone is smart because they got a bookshelf? Okay, let me go to the library and hold a live stream from my library. And look, I'm full of millions of books. Which one do you want me to grab? Because it's, logically and reasonably, you can go to a library and get any book you want. But even then,
it is not the silver herd that endangers the wisdom.
Yeah, well, it's not. And for them, it's not about the amount of books that you have around you. It's, do you even understand the books that are around you?
Yeah.
You have lots of books around you. Have you ever read them? Can you understand them?
That's a good question.
You've got a degree. You held up your degrees, but why are you on YouTube? Why are you not at work? I mean, if I had a degree, I'm not trying to get 1,000 views to make $1. I think I'm going to go build a building and make thousands of dollars in a couple of hours. So I can catch people. You understand what I'm saying? I'm retired. I don't have to work, so I can play this game. If I had to work and I had a wife and children, do you really think I'd be on YouTube? No. I'm doing this because I have none of that. I don't have to do none of that. I've already lived that life. That's why when I watch people on here and they make all these false things and they flash things around and stuff like this, it's like, dude, that means you just don't have no life, because I don't have a life and I'm on YouTube. So what's that make you? You're holding up degrees and everything else, but you're where a no life person is. That must mean your life is really bad, because you spent so much money to get a piece of paper. Why you don't have a job yet? In England, let me ask you, in England, all these guys that go to colleges and universities to get their papers, get a piece of paper, is there even a lot of jobs for them to even go to now with their piece of paper to get a job?
It's very difficult nowadays in every country. I think everybody's been affected by it.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, so you wasted all that money. Back in the 40s and 50s in America, did you know that nobody really went to college? Like, universities in the 40s and 50s, which, in my opinion of the America in the 40s and 50s, that was the height of industrial technology and creations and things like that. But if you look at the evidence, people did not go to colleges or universities. Instead, they attended a trade school where they learned the trade and immediately went to work, and they just started working.
Practical.
Practical, yes.
Yeah.
Nowadays, these kids are asking mommy and daddy, pay for my college. They stay in college for 8 years or whatever, and then they come out with a piece of paper, and then they're still living in their parents' basement. Having kids.
When did you prepare your food? I'm amazed how quickly you prepared your food.
It's all sitting here. I got different things sitting in tubs already.
Oh, ready-made. Okay.
Yeah, already done up because I knew I pre-planned.
Oh.
That's why I said I got food that you don't even know about.
So it wasn't based on accident.
Right.
So you planned it.
Now, I have a kitchen right there. If I want to get something else, I'll just get up and walk in the kitchen and eat. But I have the things. I have the things that I want because I had made some stuff that if I don't eat it, I'm going to be wasteful, and it's just going to set my refrigerator, and then I'm just going to be throwing it away, and I don't like doing that because there's lots of people who have no food in other countries, and you know what I mean. I think about that stuff. I was raised like that. Don't waste.
Well,
They used to say there's starving children in Africa, but now go to China and Chinese people are saying to their Chinese children, "Don't waste your food. There's starving people in America." You know what I mean?
Unbelievable.
So I just look and analyze things. That's what I've always done is analyze things. What I do. My trauma. I had trauma early on. I was only 3 years old. Can you imagine the trauma at 3? But I dealt with it.
May I ask if it was physical or other things?
All of it. I have physical.
Oh, you must have been affected very badly.
And then on top of it, I became property of the state, the government. I became government property. So then I was kind of tossed around.
To be experimented on you things, probably.
Yes, early on because
it was guinea pig.
It was in the 70s, so it wasn't a they didn't have the kind of knowledge about things like they do now. So I was kind of experimented in the different ways.
If I might offer you something, Sam, perhaps you would be able to kindly consider this. I think you ought to get a compensation from what you've gone through with your government. If you can prove the effect on your life, yes, they should compensate you. I think you deserve that, sir.
Are you going to go to the government and tell me, give me compensation?
No,
they laugh at me.
There is a way. I can teach you if you would like.
But I'm good. I went to work my whole life. I've joined the military. I've had jobs. I worked at hospitals. I worked at old folks' homes as dietary technician. I've done my job.
But we are talking about you gone through trauma.
I've coped with it. I did what I needed to do for it.
Yeah.
I've coped with my trauma. It doesn't affect me now. You understand? Because I've coped with it. I've talked about it. I've been through what needs to be done for it. I did that all at an early age, back in my 20s.
Somebody is saying something in your chat. Steve.
When I start my next live stream show, I'll add you to the guest list. Just tell me, Steve. I don't know who he is. Steven Sheets 30. I don't know. Some of these people I've never seen before at my channel ever.
Okay.
Like I said, I only had like 20 subscribers. I'm not I'm not someone who, advertises and all this other stuff. I'm just a normal person, just holding, doing things, and this is for me, just to document. When I get older, I can later on, because I can only imagine the kind of TV shows that'll be out. I'd probably rather just watch my own self than to watch all the crazy perverted TV shows or whatever's coming out. So that's why I did that. I've always told people that from the very beginning when I first started, even on YouTube with my old channel that got banned. I was just doing martial arts and music and stuff on it. I wasn't even teaching about God
Oh,
or anything. I was doing things for my own self because I don't have, because of being adopted and all this stuff, I don't have pictures of myself or none of that stuff. They don't exist.
no.
So I don't have a history. So this is my photograph.
I
This is my,
remember, sir, if I might bring this up to you, if you don't mind. Last time, if you remember, you told me that you went to a judge to ask a permission for something, and that judge told you go and see a psychiatrist.
yes, for top secret files. Yes.
That's right. So, I think there is an avenue for you to submit there is a form.
But the thing is what for? Like, what do I need money for?
I'm t-
I own my own home.
no,
I
but you've
eat.
suffered, sir. It's the justice for what you've gone through, which nobody should have gone. Nobody should go, actually, in my
Well, look,
opinion,
I look at it this
through what
manner.
you've gone.
But I look at it this manner. There are children today that are suffering worse than maybe even I have. So is it fair for me and not for them? That'd be unjust for me to be so boastful and make myself think that I'm more
Yes,
deserving than
so
they are.
what happens once you've been rewarded, then you can go in public and enlighten the others about what they can do, what you had gone through, and as a
Well, what I've
result,
done,
you've been rewarded. You see,
well, I'll tell you, I have a plan. See, I'm 30 steps
yeah,
ahead of everybody. I'm 30 steps ahead of everybody. I have a plan where I've already written a thesis and a critical thesis on how I can make, if you elect me president of the United States, I will make every citizen in the United States in 8 years a millionaire. Fact, guaranteed. I've done the math on it. I've presented the math for it. It's all there. It's easily to do. All they have to do is elect me as president. Once that's done, I also have another thing where once that's done, then I can focus on foreign relations to actually help other nations, their children, all the other stuff, which I have all planned out. It's all in my Grandmaster Scroll that I've been doing to present a unified global, not a form of government, but a unified global humanitarian love in a manner. But first, we have to, which the number one thing is to address these people's beliefs. Because if you are all in these separate beliefs, if there's only one God, one creator in the sense, and you all have these separate ideologies based off religions that are collecting money, using you to control you, to steal off of you, we need to address this. We need to get everybody back on the right page. And when you have people that are coming out with bold claims, like an atheist, for example, and the atheist wants to teach foul things to your children, men and women should, or fathers should be waking up to what it is that these people are putting out on platforms. Is this logical? Isn't it reasonable for these people to be saying the things that they're saying? Will it lead children in a bad path? You can foresee these things. You know, that's what algorithms are for. You can tell if the continuation of something, if we continue to do this, this is going to be detrimental to our democracy and our society. We must put a stop to this. And if we don't, then the world is going to get worse and worse and worse. God will repent. It says God repents from things that he has declared as prophecy. Just because he says that great things will happen, of bad things will happen and come upon us, it doesn't mean that's a warning for us. We need to listen to it and then readjust our perceptions and start getting together in a better manner to put a stop to what causes wicked and evil and sin in the world. But who's going to do it? That's the thing. And I believe that the only thing that is going to actually do that is somewhere is going to be a great war that's going to drag a lot of people, because every time we've had a great war, World War I, World War II, that's when the world changed for the betterment. But look at what had to happen in order for that to change. You know, I don't want the World War III to happen in order for us to have to change. Why can't we just change without the war? We're more intelligent now. We've had the 2 wars. What do we need another one for? We know how to come to the table and discuss and make propositions to each other.
So,
Why are they not
in
doing
your
it?
opinion, why don't they do that?
Because right now they have manipulated the minds of people through entertainment. So the things that they offer you are one millionaire, another millionaire, and then they divide you up as if they're 2 political parties. But these guys are all of the same class. They're going to do the same thing. Before, if you look at the founding of even England, the founding of America, it was not corporations that gave you your leaders. It was the people. The people would grab a leader, a guy off the whatever it was, and say, you're our leader now. That's what happened. Now it's the game. Offer this guy, offer this guy. Pick this guy, vote for this guy. But who are these people? No one knows these people. But they're playing it as if this is some democracy that's legal, when it's actually illegal. Ain't nobody, no citizen asked for these people to run. Corporations were funding them, backing them, putting money into the campaign. But people are so
Right.
dumb, but people are so blind because of entertainment, and then they're in class states where now that you got to have a job, you're just focused on your family, you're getting paid no money. Corporations are becoming billionaires to profit and control democracies. Meanwhile, you're just becoming enslaved to a class under a minimum wage. Without you, there would be no production of anything. But nobody's waking up to any of this. They're just allowing the system to run amok, and they must like being a slave. And it's become very foul within entertainment and movies, television, influencing the minds of children. I mean, for God's sake, they're showing perverted things on cartoons anymore. That children should not be doing it. Parents don't know it because parents are at work trying to provide for these children. So these children are off being raised by other things that are in institutions. And these things are running amok in our nations. But nobody cares. Because even today, I'll ask you this. When you were a child, and the music that you listened to, was your father listening to the same music you were listening to? Or was there like your father had his kind of music, which to you called, oh, that's the oldies. That's the oldies. You see, and it was a different kind of music altogether. You listen to yours, your father had their generation of music. And it was completely different. Today, in today's society, the children and the fathers now, they're listening to the same music because nothing's changed. There is no distinction between even that line anymore. Think about that, everyone. Hip-hop music, now that's what's being blown around, hip-hop music. So you get to somebody in their, that's 30s or 40s right now that has a family. Ask them, what music were you listening to? I was listening to gangsta rap, Tupac, all these others. They'll name all these things. Now, you listen to the words, you listen to the things that are being played, all this stuff. Now you get to the generation today, go to the same music they're listening to, and it's the same stuff their own parents are listening to. because it's a cycle that they're trying to make more generations that come and molding them into this mind frame. And everyone's blind. It's like taking the sheep and putting them in pens. Next generation, oh, we'll do the same thing to this generation. And now look, it says in the Quran that towards the last days, a week will be like a day, a month will be like a week, a year will be like a month. And if you can understand that, parents are listening to the same music that their children are listening to. Before, it was separated. You had a great gap and stuff. Now, no gap. It's like everything's right after another.
That's
So
right.
and I just look at things like that because that's dangerous. Because now it seems like the parents, back in your day, my day, our parents acted like grown-ups. We were kids. You look at today's society, the grown-ups are still acting like kids, listening to that same childish music, haven't got away from it. And it's still being promoted to this very day. Entertainment, all the foul things that are happening. That's just my opinion. That's just my observation. And I think if we continue down that path, it's going to lead to there's not going to be a separation of kid and child, of parent and child. Like what is the difference between the parent and the child now? Because they're all doing the same thing. There's no reasoning, no logic, no nothing within the households. Children are bossing the parents around. Parents are listening to and obeying what the children say. It's become insanity. If you look at Vladimir Putin, I think it was 5 years ago, Vladimir Putin tried to outlaw hip-hop music completely out of Russia. Completely. He wanted to ban it altogether out of Russia. You know what the young generation did? They started burning the cars down and starting fires and everything else. And Putin became weak. Instead of disciplining these children who are not obeying the legislative law of the land that's in place for them to benefit from, instead they start letting the children break into stores, smash out windows, destroy private property, catch cars on fire, and nobody is disciplining these people, all because we're telling you that this music you're listening to is rotting your brain and turning you people into a bunch of weirdos. We need to put a stop to it. But because they rebelled, Putin's scared not winning the election, because this is the next generation going to be voting, he stopped doing it. He stopped going after it. That's a weak president. That's a weak leader. If a strong leader was really intent on saving his nation from something that was detrimental, he's going to stick to that plan. And if these kids start acting up, burning people's places down, catching stuff on fire, then round every one of them up and put them in jail. And if the parents don't discipline them, then go round up the parents too. That's what I would do. Put fear into the parents to wake them up and say, you better start watching your children. You better start paying more attention to them. Turn your hearts back to your children, fathers. Don't just let them run amok doing what they want to do. No education, no nothing. Instead, all they're doing is smoking dope, doing drugs, coming to my live stream, writing foul comments in my live stream. Do they not have parents? Do you not have educated mind? Do you not know etiquette of how to operate and be in the world? That's why I go to other people's live streams when I see that they're lying and they're, manipulating people. I go there and I'll act like a buffoon and I'll flip them off and everything else. And then they start pointing at me as if, oh, look, he's gone crazy. He's going crazy. But yet you're the one that is promoting this stuff. But now I'm crazy because I'm acting like you. I'm the one because you understand what I'm doing? I'm just testing this to find out this backwardness of people's brains. It's backward. But that is one thing that they've used. They used racism and anti-Semitism in order to push agendas that really should not be part of our kids' lives whatsoever. Because we live in the world today. You can look and see, and anybody who says that it did not influence what society's become today, you're a liar. Go to England and look at the ghettos in England. I watched Britain's Got Talent. Britain's Got Talent. You got these people coming out wanting to sing, young kids, and they have this slang speech that they talk, this ghetto language. Where do they get this from? Why are they acting like this? Who taught it to them? Hip hop music. Hip hop music. And now they've come live on. I watched this one girl. Remember that one girl punching her friend right in front of everybody live on stage because they got voted off as they were bad singers. So she decided to commit assault live on stage for everyone to see and punch her friend in the face. And guess what the crowd and the audience did? Laughed. Thought it was funny. But this is what you're raising, because the generation sitting in the audience was the first generation that was in the 80s listening to that garbage promoting hate and crimes and drugs and everything else. So now they're seeing it publicly and they're just laughing about it. Oh, it's funny. Look, she punched her friend in the face. As entertainment. And this is what we look at as entertainment. This is insane.
Right, so I think I ought to go now. The reason I stayed this long because my kid Zara is looking after tonight. We live separately, by the way. So sometimes I look after the kids, and sometimes she will do. You see,
Right.
that's why I'm free tonight, and I could stay this long. However, I think time for me to go and have a good rest.
Well, I don't think knows. Well, he changed the date, so it's not going to be today. Because that's what I was waiting for, to see if he was going to go, to see if he was going to go live or not, and he changed the date
Yeah,
again. So.
Zara told me that the date has been changed because Zara is keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, he's got 3 of them on the same day on the 21st. Every subject will change it within each hour.
And I think Zara mentioned sometimes he's doing it privately or for members. I don't know how you can have access to that.
Well, I don't know why he does that. I mean, in my view, if you really want to educate people, you do it free. Education should be free.
Yeah.
Not keep it to yourself. We need everyone educated. The world's a better place when everyone's educated.
Well, wait for me to go on his channel. I will mention this.
But you know what they want is everything that's not educational, everything that's buffoonery is free. Have you noticed that now?
That's right.
It's accessible to anybody and everybody.
Oh.
And it's a crazy world. But yeah, I mean, I don't let it affect me. None of this affects me. Like I say, I still have my own life, my own world. These are just my opinions, statements that I make that I can observe and see, and I know it's true. And then people can say it's not true or anything. But if it's not true, then why do we live in a society of such?
Yeah.
It's not true. But oh well. I appreciate you coming. Thank you very much. It was enjoyable. I like to have my brain stimulated, and the other guy that showed up.
I mean, I was engaged with other things. I can't say it now, but I got disappointed after finding out that Mr. Daniel Dennett passed away 3 years ago, actually. And
Yeah.
I thought, oh, because I promised you I could arrange for you to be,
He
I
had,
don't know if you like assessed or other things.
I believe he had tenor. He had tenor as well.
Yeah. So
That's
sorry about that.
That's how high up he got. He had tenor, and yeah, that's sad when you gotta. Because he was a good guy. The more I looked into his things, the things that he studied, he was trying to find solutions to problems. But then again, in the world of academia, they don't care. They don't care. Like I was telling earlier today, if you go, you know who Havas, Zahar Havas is the Egyptologist that runs the Cairo Museum and all that.
Yes, I think that man is a bit corrupt, to be honest,
No,
somehow.
well, he went on Joe Rogan podcast, all right, and
Yeah.
and this changed my view of him. Because at first I was listening to all the things that people were saying about him, like he's covering things up, he's lying, and I was only getting information, but it sounded bad on him. It sounded bad for him. But then he went on Joe Rogan podcast, and what I know about Joe Rogan is Joe Rogan's a dope head. He smokes dope all the time on his show. He's an alcoholic. He thinks that there's aliens. He believes in Bigfoots and all these things, right? He doesn't believe in Jesus, though. He doesn't believe in God, but he believes in all the things that he cannot prove. These are the things he goes with. So he brought this gentleman on, and this gentleman made a claim, which is very strong evidence for it. So there was a lot of scientists and archaeologists and other outside people that were coming in that were doing excavations where he allowed them to excavate, so on and so forth. And then immediately when they were done, they would go and they would publish something in some magazine. Now, just because you publish something in some magazine does not make it a truth fact. You can pay money to have anything published, and a lot of people don't realize that. So these scientists, these archaeologists, and other academia persons were putting him in a bad light by publishing false things that they had no evidence for. Finally, he gets on Joe Rogan, and he was telling Joe, look, you can come to I'll bring you into Egypt. You can do a live broadcast in Egypt where I'm at to see the evidence for yourself, you know. Obviously, he didn't go. Joe didn't go because later shortly after, he made a video to scrutinize him again, just to talk about aliens and all this other stuff. So the guy literally said that the scientists that you're reading about in these published, articles are fabricating finds. There is no evidence of what it is that they are saying claims about. So they have a claim about, there's a helicopter and a spaceship and a submarine as a hieroglyph at the very top of a certain pyramid, which has been proven that this was struck, and then somebody came later on in another century and struck more over it, and then another person come and struck more over it. But because of this certain academia, they're looking for aliens. That's their agenda. They're saying, look, this looks like a helicopter. This looks like this. But according to other scientists who are actually there doing the work constantly, they have found evidence that these are different time periods when they would erase or try to erase a hieroglyph and then strike a new hieroglyph over on it. And then that would create a different looking picture. So people today are looking at something that people are speculating is a helicopter, speculating is a spaceship. So when these things get printed or published, then people like Joe Rogan or all these other famous people start promoting this idea or concept that has no evidence. All of a sudden you get the weirdos, they all start believing it. And now they're calling this Havas guy a crook, a liar. He knows there's aliens, but he doesn't want to tell people. When clearly on his program, he said he don't believe in evidence of aliens. He believes in science. That's what he says. He believes in science. Oh, well, I just want to share that way you can look at it. You'll watch that Joe Rogan podcast with him on it, and you'll see what Joe was trying to do to him. He's trying to lead the conversation. Some people lead the conversation and try to things out, and clearly he's still. And then when he asked him, he said, well, where can we find these pictures? He tells him, in my book. And Joe's like, so he said, look for his book online. And the book's not online. So then Joe's like, well, how come none of this stuff is published online? He said, why do I need to publish it online? It's in my book. Go buy my book. But Joe don't want to understand that. He still thinks that, it should be online. If it's academic, it should be online. No, most academic studies are not online, by the way. Most published things are within the school or the universities themselves that most people out here in the real world don't have access to. So you have all these claims from other people who maybe are a lower level academic person where they'll boast about a claim or say some misinformation. And then people start to say, oh, because he has a degree, he must be right. And they're all hiding something from us. Really?
Mm.
How can you hide? How could you hide the pyramid stuff from the world if you really think about that? And if there's aliens, where's the evidence? I think that by now we would have evidence. We've been around. This has been talked about before we were even around talking about it, but there's still no evidence of it. But yet people are still talking. It's about making money and then making a name for yourself, which is going to be a false name. It's not going to be a name that lasts very long. Once more evidence and conclusions are arrived that are, shine them in a bad light where they were the liars, accusing others. So but and then go watch Neil deGrasse Tyson, like I told you. He goes on this thing called Shay Shay, big podcast called Shay Shay. And tell me now if you think, as an academic person in what is he in? Stars and stuff. He's an astronomer. Tell me what he says on Shay Shay. If you really are going to sit there now and listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson as an astronomer about anything anymore. Because anything that he really speaks, and that you should know this, anything that most people speak anyway is something that someone else already was saying before in the history. Nobody anymore has come up with anything new. And that's just facts. The last time any mathematics was created was when Isaac Newton was around. Tell me a mathematician today that has invented something like Isaac Newton did. None. They're only getting the education level of what was already in existence, and then they play it as if I'm all wise, I'm like God, and I'm the one who's the best astronomer now. No, you're just repeating what astronomers before you had already been saying. You haven't come up with anything new. You haven't, things are theories until new evidences arrive. So look how many theories are still theories because of these academics are not actually bringing anything up to either confirm or deny someone's theory. And that just tells me the educational level of our universities anymore. They're really not teaching anybody anything. They're just repeating, probably just making money for themselves so they can build a bigger building or get more pay for the teacher, all this type of stuff. So it's sad, but I challenge anybody to tell me somebody who's invented, an inventor, or anyone today that's done something that progressed society to another level like they used to back in the late 1800s. Just doesn't exist anymore. But I'll let you get off of here, my friend. Thank you for coming again. Peace be with you.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Have a good evening, sir.
And you must thank Zara because Zara insisted me going on. She was upset you getting attacked by those guys on your live stream.
Well, I thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace be with Zara as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night, sir. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that about wraps it up for me as well, because I've been on it for 5 hours, 42 minutes. It's getting late for me, and I got it still. That's why I got my heating pad here. I still got to get on my heating pad and do some icing. My rib right down here is really acting up from these things I was doing yesterday. It was crazy. I was really, really tight in my hip flexors and stuff, the nurse was saying. So, but that's all caused by what's going on up here. So doing what she was doing, having me do, boy, it was like, and now I'm feeling it, the soreness coming on in my ribs now from all the extension type things I was doing. But I'll try to watch that movie, Joseph. I want to watch that movie too, because now I found it on Tubi TV. I can watch it now. So I want to get off of here and watch that little scary show. I like being a little scared if they can, right? That was a 90s flick, so we'll see. And I appreciate everybody for showing up, coming. And even Justin and all those people, if you really truly want to actually have some kind of dialogue, I'm more than happy. I'm not going to go back over to your channel because you have pretty foul people in your comment section as your followers. So if you ever want to come here to actually have a legitimate discourse, I'm more than happy to do that and be professional about it. And I'll show you that I don't mute people. I don't throw people out unless you need to be thrown out in a manner. But, you know, I give people a voice. I'm all inclusive, man. I don't try to silence people. I don't have an agenda because I study. I try to learn. If someone tells me to do something, I'm going to study it. I'm going to learn. I'm going to find out, and I'm going to make it a part of what I am. That's just has always been me. Just like when he was showing me these different things, I'm gonna look in on them and check in on them and study those things, and then I'm gonna perfect it. That's the scary thing. It's when I perfect it. Now I laugh like Captain Skeleton Man when I perfect it. So anyway, as always, shalom, salam alaikum. Peace be with you guys. And enjoy the rest of your day or your evening, whichever one you are in. And we'll close it out. Let's see. What kind of song shall we do? See what we haven't done in a while. We haven't done the bookstore on the edge of time lately. Let's try the bookstore on the edge of time. Because I actually am working on another part of the book. I was hoping to try to get that uploaded probably next week. I think I should have a section of it uploaded here next week. But we'll get that done. So let's go to the bookstore on the edge of time. Check that out.
They say that no one forgets his name. A bookstore appears with a man so strange. Fog swirls around a neon sign. Streetlights flicker and freeze in time. Down on the corner, children play. A door appears, then fades away. A whisper calls the weary kind to a bookstore, a mirage in time. rises up with knowing eyes. You seek the book that has no lies. He speaks in tones that shake your soul, that self-imbind and he has sold. He guides you to a curtain's veil where mortal words and God entwale. And there you see a book so grand, printed for you and every man. You read the truth, page by page. Every detail sets the stage. Your soul is lifted, your mind restored. A flash of light, your heart just soars. All who seek the word shall find, but none may leave unchanged in mind. You turn the last page, it's there you see. This book was written by Al-Mahdi. A man rises up with knowing eyes. You seek the book that has no lies. His style. A man rises